Poofy wants some treats. Boop.
Poofy wants to be
Everyone's want
live.
treats.
Yes, she did. She wanted her face to photobomb the intro. Ah, biting me now.
Photobomb the intro. Gotcha.
Poofy.
Um, ooh,
Good morning, YouTube.
yeah. Good morning, YouTube. Welcome to the In-Season Podcast. Uh, Today we got Andrea and Mark and Pookie. Wait, I think someone else should have said my name like that.
And Pookie.
Kind of referred to myself in the third person.
Well, how
There's
about
Pookie. There's Mark.
um, Pookie, Andrea, and I am Mark.
There you go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
we got it.
Um,
Next time it'll
we'll
be your
perfect it in
turn.
due time.
Yeah, next time it's your turn to say it like that. And then Andrea can say it like that. And we can rotate intro duty. How about that?
Yeah.
Oofy.
Next time on me. Drinks on me, Andrea. Uh, but yeah.
All right, so I already forgot. Did we have something figured out to start talking about, or should I just start talking? Because that could be dangerous.
Uh,
Love to hear you talk.
yeah. You can just start talking whenever you're ready.
Should I pick one of these?
uh,
Well, this one's a little fun fact that's not really deep or related into anything else that we had planned, but I did not know this and I thought it was very interesting. So, um, here we go. In 1987, a student set out to fix a Mac problem. The code spiraled out of control and he ended up creating Photoshop. So, yeah,
wow.
it was a routine display fix on a 1987 Macintosh that mutated into an unwieldy code base. Um, yeah.
Interesting.
Wait, then industry doors shut and a single meeting at Adobe altered software history. Thomas Knoll wasn't trying to build the world's most influential image editor. In 1987, a University of Michigan PhD student had a narrower headache. His Macintosh Plus displayed images in black and white only, no grayscale, which made his computer vision research far harder than it needed to be. So he wrote a small utility he called Display. It tricked the screen's pixels into simulating shades of gray. That piece of student code, scratched out to solve a concrete problem, became the foundation of Adobe Photoshop. The software first hit stores on February 19th, 1990. Over 3.5 decades, it reshaped photography, publishing, film, and web design. Thomas Knoll's own account, drawn from a 2015 interview on the Adobe blog, supplies a definitive version of events for a generation that edits images without da- for a generation that edits images daily without thinking about where the tools originated, the history carries fresh weight. Um, Knoll had been coding since high school, self-taught in BASIC on a time-sharing machine, and he had been an amateur photographer since age 11 when his father handed him an Argus rangefinder and taught him darkroom developing. Those two skills stayed in separate boxes until his brother John saw display in action. John Knoll worked at Industrial Light and Magic, George Lucas's effects house, doing analog image compositing. The company had also started dabbling in digital processing, scanning movie frames into numerical data, altering them, and writing them back to film. John grasped the possibilities right away. As Thomas recalled in the Adobe interview, his brother laid out the logic plainly. Convert footage into numbers, convert the numbers back into footage, and everything between those steps is fair game. John told him this was where special effects were headed and started teaching himself computer graphics. That's pretty cool. That's really interesting. Um, Thomas handed over the collection of image processing utilities he had written for his research. John used them, but quickly bumped into a workflow wall. Hopping between separate programs wasted time. He asked Thomas to fold all the tools into a single application. The rest was practical, not visionary. It also cemented the integrated workspace that still defines Photoshop. Darkroom chemistry meets a digital slider. So once the tools lived under one roof, John surfaced another snag. The computers he used ran monitors with mismatched gamma settings, so an image would look lighter or darker depending on the machine. The fledgling application needed a way to correct for that. The problem Thomas sent back to his darkroom years the problem sent Thomas back to his darkroom years. He knew how photographers use chemical baths, paper grades, and enlarger controls to shift brightness and contrast. That knowledge steered him towards the levels adjustment feature, Photoshop's first major image correction tool. The direct line from wet darkroom technique to digital slider was built into the product from the start. The brothers called their Project Image Pro before landing on Photoshop. By October 1988, they had an alpha build. Yeah. Should we keep going? It's getting a little kind of, I don't know. Wait, how long? How much
It
further?
had my attention. I mean,
Yeah.
you just stopped to just read a little
Oh,
more because you did kind of just cut me off where I was following at, you know?
where was it? Thomas Knoll. Okay, sorry. Broke the rhythm, broke my stride. Several doors. Wait, where was I? Yeah, okay. So, several doors shut before Adobe opened. The Knowles brothers shopped the software to multiple tech companies and met a string of closed doors. Some firms declined to even look at their product, insisting that they had similar efforts underway and citing competitive concerns. Others simply said image editing fell outside their product line. Adobe's response differed the moment the demo began. The team recognized the software's capabilities and saw how neatly it would slot into Adobe's catalog. The company secured the distribution rights, and Photoshop 1.0 launched exclusively for Macintosh in February 1990. It needed Mac System 6.0.3, took up roughly 2 megabytes of storage, and carried an $895 price aimed at design agencies, publishers, and graphic arts professionals. The Lasso Magic Wand tools arrived in that debut version, cutting image editing tasks from hours to minutes and establishing conventions that rival programs soon replicated. Excuse me. There remained a hard limit on the software's reach. Consumer digital cameras did not exist yet, and photographic quality digital printers were not available. Getting a print from Photoshop meant generating four-color film separations and routing them through a chemical press, so through a commercial press. Producing a single photograph could cost several $1,000s. The program's trajectory bent sharply upward with the arrival of the public web in early 1990s. Site creators needed tools to process and compress images, and Photoshop met that need. Affordable inkjet printers followed, letting photographers scan film, edit digitally, and print at home. Then came consumer digital cameras, which removed the scanning step and poured image files directly into the editing pipeline. Thomas Knoll described the sequence in his 2015 interview, noting that digital photography likely would not have spread as quickly without an established path for processing and printing. The software had been ready years before the supporting hardware matured. It waited, and the market eventually grew around it. Adobe has since released Photoshop across multiple platforms, adapting it from desktops to mobile devices. The company donated the Photoshop 1.0 source code to the Computer History Museum, preserving its role in computing history. Asked in 2015 about what came next, Thomas Knoll pointed to the migration from large computers to mobile as a critical area of work. He also noted he still finds it satisfying to watch artists use Photoshop's low-level features to produce work he never anticipated. That versatility, he said, is what makes the tool endure. Yeah, that was the end.
I didn't realize
Okay.
it was that long ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah,
thought maybe there was a little piece left you had to read, but
yeah. I thought it went on a lot longer, a lot more than that. I shouldn't have just stopped there and asked. Sorry, guys. I should check out the full length before I start reading these things and see. Um, yeah,
or
but
sometimes I'll read a specific part. I'll read
yeah.
what says a lot in it because some of the articles do say a lot. But got a comment here says, "Hello, my friends." Uh, so hello, friends. Uh,
Hello.
well,
Um,
yeah,
yeah.
press that thumbs up. Uh, and
So yeah,
you got
it's
something
it's
else,
as
Mark?
old as
Oh,
it's as old as we are. Well, you and I, Pookie. Yeah.
yeah.
Not
What is it
to
called? So they created Photoshop on an accident, is what you're saying. Like,
well, not an accident. It just they never set out to make Photoshop proper. It just was kind of a set of different tools that eventually got combined together out of a sense of convenience, and that convenient collection of those different tools eventually um, expanded its tool base into what we now have as Photoshop, and got cleaned up and streamlined and then spread to different platforms now. The mobile devices part, I think, is interesting. If they're working on that, Photoshop for mobile devices, because I mean they've all got cameras already in them right there, and a lot of these cameras are really good quality, higher quality than the stuff that they were working with back then, 15, 10, even 10 years ago. So yeah, and
mm,
integrating that level of editing ability into the mobile device is kind of cool. But I don't know. What is that would enable so much more fakery than the internet already has. So is that necessarily all good? Maybe.
no. Uh,
I mean, not all bad, but
yeah, not all bad, but
it's
not
it's
all good.
yeah, it's that's cool. But definitely the artistic possibilities and creative potential. Um, that's um, there's a lot to be said there for artists, you know. Um, I mean,
It does some
like a lot
amazing
of
things.
yeah, yeah. I mean, so a lot of some like my this thing is like 6 years old now at this point, but it can do some pretty impressive image editing, video editing compared to what was available on like whatever free utilities Windows had
What
back like
what
10
year
years
phone was
ago.
that?
This is 2020, you know.
Mm.
Yeah, it's ancient, isn't it? Pretty much.
So the phone you got when the pandemic started.
It's a phone I got more than halfway through. It was yeah, halfway through the pandemic after I dropped my other one and the screen shattered and I panicked and whatnot, went out. But um, what can new phones do that this doesn't already do? That
I
like,
don't know.
Costs a lot of money
yeah, just take
Right.
money and because a lot of the stuff, a lot of the differences are basically just like
Camera.
software updates. The cameras are nicer. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, there's only so many cat photos that one person needs, and there's already too many here. I don't go back and look at them ever. I don't know why I keep taking them.
because they're
'Cause
adorable.
they're adorable. Yeah. I'm like, oh, I'll remember this moment. No, don't. I just look through and just see cats in all kinds of weird, various situations, positions. Um, some of them are a little interesting because Poofy, when we first got her, she's like went overeating and she really ballooned up. She got reached over 18 pounds, so she was like round. So there's some kind of, I mean, it's health problems
She
aside,
poofied
it was not a healthy thing for her, but it was kind of funny to see pictures of her like trying to reach her butt and she's like on her back, like leaning. She liked to just lean back, lounge back, like, she's sitting in a recliner, and
The
just
old
like this
drunk.
big round cat. But she couldn't even reach herself to clean herself, and that was a problem. So we have to. That's why I'm always so, paying attention to the cat stuff, talking about the cats so much on anything because I've got to constantly pay attention. In order to feed the other two cats enough without starving them, I got to keep the food away from Poofy. And she's smart. She figures out how to get at stuff, how to solve problems, mazes. She's the smartest cat I've ever seen firsthand. I mean, there's like cat geniuses on the internet.
I only knew one cat other than yours.
Really?
Wait. Yeah. And then Andrea's cat. And that's about all. I've never known, I'm not gonna say
Um,
never, because actually I think my sister used to have cats. Uh, but yeah,
Lufa had
your
a cat.
cats.
Yeah,
Who? No, I'm kidding.
Lufa. Yeah.
I'm just kidding, Mark. It was a
I
joke.
forgot. I forgot the name of the cat, but yeah.
Um,
Hi, if you're watching.
yeah. Anybody out
Um,
there watching? Press that thumbs up button. It's simple, it's easy. But here, we're still talking cat photos, or can I move on?
We can move on. We should probably move on. There's a limit to how much people want to hear about a stranger's cat. And I think
Mm,
we've passed that point probably.
you
So
never
I'm
know.
sorry for going on, but it's on my mind a lot. And now you know why.
Hey, you
Poofy.
never know what people are into these days. They might
I
like to
call
hear you
Poofy
talk about
Pookie
cats.
so much though. It's kind of funny. You have
Mm,
no
mm,
idea.
mm, mm.
I don't know. Have I ever called you Poofy? I think I have called you Poofy.
Yeah, I think you have.
Yeah.
So
Now
let's
we know
try
why.
not to do that. And
I I do try. It's just We'll call it a term of endearment.
There we go. I could accept that. Uh, but I got something here, Mark. Um, it's an article from Indy 100, and it says, "Oh yeah, take this with a grain of salt," because Mark reminded me that Indy 100 is a far left, but that's a whole nother topic. That's where all their info comes from. Yeah. So the article says OnlyFans model slams Euphoria for Sydney Sweeney's rule violating baby scene. Euphoria season 3 has caused something of a social media storm, with viewers confessing to, in quote, hate watching, while others express disappointment over Labyrinth's noticeable absence. But one particular Sydney Sweeney scene has sparked further controversy over OnlyFans content creator now calling it out. Written by Sam Levinson, the show sees the return of Sweeney's character Cassie, who turns out to who turns to the adult platform for extra cash. In Euphoria's second episode on Sunday, April 19th, one of Cassie's scenes saw her in a compromising position, dressed like a baby, complete with a dummy. Mm. And now, one OnlyFans creator, M, has pushed back on the more technical side of the scene, stating that the show's creator should have done his research, as this type of content would be prohibited on the adult platform. In quote, as insane as this is, what's even crazier to me is if Sam Levinson actually did any research about OnlyFans, he'd know the content violates the TOS and would never have been allowed on the platform, she wrote on a Twitter post. And then she says OnlyFans is very strict about the content and words it allows. Anything referencing age play is automatically flagged and banned. He really wrote this in the script for no fucking reason. It's so gross. According to the OnlyFans content moderation policy, content will be removed if a creator pretending to be under 18, or even if this role, this is the role play or fiction. Levinson touched on Cassie's OnlyFans career in an interview with the Daily Beast while discussing another scene in which she dressed as a dog. Cassie has got her dog house and her little dog ears and nose that has its own humor. But what makes the scene is the fact that her housekeeper is the one filming it, he said. What we wanted to always find is the other layer of absurdity that we are able to tie into so that we're not too inside of her fantasy or illusion. The gag is the gag is to jump out to break the wall. Uh, and in this picture, she has a collar on as well and a leash. But to keep reading, it says, speaking about the production itself, he continued, some of these scenes we only lit with these ring lights that she would use. When you're out or when you're inside, it's a beautiful glow front light, but then you jump out of it and it's just a pool of light and everything surrounding it is dark. It's just gnarly and jarring. We wanted to capture what she's trying to show and the audience and be inside of it, but then also pulls back wider to see how depressing it is. Meanwhile, Sweeney also opened up about her character to Entertainment Tonight, sharing she will do anything and at all costs to be famous this season. She makes a lot of wild, interesting choices. Oh yeah, that's not the way to come out of the gate when you're getting attacked. Says
I
she'll
just
do
don't
whatever it
understand it.
takes. Uh, we'll never understand the children these days. Um,
Hmm.
yeah. Mark, you ever been on OnlyFans? That's
No,
a
I
dumb
have not.
question.
Hold
Just checking.
on. No.
Yeah, but they were in a little uproar about that episode in particular. And I think Mark said something about uh the next episode being taken off in a different country. Did you say something like that?
Yes, yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know. That yeah, that kind of could be a counterpoint to this. I don't know if we are we done discussing this article first, or because
Um,
there's some interesting language that they use there, trying to make it into like an artistic statement about, you know, this or that in society and the lighting and stepping out into the shadow, being a window into her psyche or something, you know. Um,
mm,
like, really? I mean,
mm,
I guess I could see a director using that kind of language. Maybe a director who's really out of touch with, the whole rest of, the average um, of the overall. But he does have a particular audience that he is aiming towards, and that audience is not the entire viewer base of all of everything on the internet, right? He's trying to play to some people, um,
yeah,
some people
he
who
knows his
like that,
audience.
maybe. I don't know. Um, it doesn't, I don't know. And yeah, and the way he was talking about, he's gonna put her in these positions all throughout the scene. It's gonna be like she's gonna be a commentary on this or that. The whole, I mean, I don't know.
So
I've never
Euphoria
watched
is
this.
turning into a porn show.
I don't know. Yeah,
Someone
really?
said that in another post. I got some shit here. I'm just waiting. Another article.
I don't know.
Uh,
Yeah, so a different perspective. Yeah, you mentioned the Indy 100. This is from MSN, which is not right wing by any means. So, just to give an idea, a perspective of the whole the way a worldview lens can alter the way somebody tries to talk and present the same issue, and the way other nations react to the same sort of thing. But here, um, a UK rules could ban Sydney Sweeney's Euphoria age play scene. A controversial age play scene featuring Sydney Sweeney in Euphoria Season 3 could be impacted by upcoming UK laws targeting adults portraying minors in sexual contexts. The rules would criminalize possession and potentially publication of such content, posing implications for OnlyFans, which is hosted in London and depicted in the show. The moment has already sparked backlash and reignited debates over the series' creative choices and portrayal of sex work. In Euphoria Season 3, Sydney Sweeney's character Cassie appears in a baby inspired outfit with a pacifier, a moment that has drawn heavy criticism. The UK is moving to criminalize age play content where adults portray minors in sexual contexts, starting with possession in. Is this the same paragraph they're repeating? Starting with possession and potentially extending to publication. Since OnlyFans is hosted in London. Yeah, okay. A new, yeah, fresh teaser sparks outrage across social media. A new Euphoria teaser showing Cassie in a sexualized childlike costume triggered swift backlash online. Critics called the imagery vulgar and unsettling, accusing the production of chasing shock value over substance, while some suggested the scene could be a commentary on exploitation or monetizing attention. The controversy has amplified concerns that Cassie is repeatedly used as a vehicle for provocation. The pattern of season three controversies raises question about creative direction. Season three has been marked by multiple controversies, from explicit fetish scenes to the use of racial slurs, prompting some viewers to abandon the show. Critics argue that the series often prioritizes provocation over nuanced storytelling, with Cassie's OnlyFans arc criticized as shallow and validation driven rather than empowering. Comparisons to Apple TV's Margot's Got Money Troubles highlight missed opportunities to portray online sex work with depth and realism. I'm not familiar with that one, but um, they got some bullet points about that here. Why Cassie turns to OnlyFans in Euphoria Season 3. Cassie's primary motivation is seeking male validation, not financial independence or empowerment. Cassie's fear of abandonment and deep-rooted need for male validation have been core traits of her character since Euphoria revealed her backstory in Season 1. Even age play scenes are used to gain approval from niche audiences, not for personal growth. And unlike Margot in Apple TV's series, Cassie treats OnlyFans as a tool for attention, not a career. Sydney Sweeney addresses separation from her character. She has emphasized that filming intimate scenes as Cassie is an out of body experience, as she puts it, and distinct from her real self. She notes a persistent public inability to separate actors from their roles, compounded by the nudity in her work. Sweeney also points out the technical, unromantic nature of shooting such scenes, underscoring her professional boundaries and discomfort with being typecast based on screen nudity. Um, okay, yeah, I guess that's
If
where,
you didn't see it, she wasn't actually naked. She was like in bikinis and stuff. Because,
well,
yeah, yeah,
yeah, implied
you gotta.
nudity. Um, I don't know. That one particular scene might not have been complete nudity, but I'm guessing there's probably been other less covered
No, they were all
instances.
covered.
No,
The show, her husband was basically telling her, if you're gonna do it, she was like
no, I
gonna do
mean,
it to
I'm
get
talking the
flowers.
entire series since season one. There's probably been
Oh
nude
yeah, since she's been there,
scenes.
there hasn't. No, actually, no, there hasn't been nude until they got older. Until they're now above 18, they
Right.
didn't do that.
But the actress, that's what they're talking about. The actress is talking about having problems in her
Mm,
real life based on the fact that she's done all of this nudity on screen. She's,
mm.
yeah, she points
Yeah,
out
and
that,
another article,
um,
she didn't get good responses in another article where she said our bodies are incredible. We should embrace them and feel really good in our skin.
I
Yeah, most of
mean,
the comments was like, your skin comes with that rag, your body comes with this pretty hair. Of course, I would want to be in my skin if I were you. That's what
well,
90% of the comments were. Of
yeah, I mean
course,
that's
we
that's
embrace the
paying
body.
lip service to like the body positivity movement, basically quoting their headlines directly. Everybody's beautiful in your own way. Nobody should feel ashamed of their bodies. And yeah, easy to say when you look like her. But I mean, moreover, I think that her response is kind of indicative of an issue there, a bigger issue there. persistent public inability to separate actors from their roles, compounded by the nudity in her work. So, yeah, like a lot of other actors, like what's his name? The guy John Carassi something. He plays Jesus in one of the Chosen. That I think it's on Amazon Prime. It's like a story of Jesus and the apostles and everything. Um, Really in-depth religious um, television series. Very well done, very faithful to the scriptures, very popular among Christians worldwide. And he's talked in interviews about the way, anywhere he goes, there's people who recognize him from that television show and treat him like, kind of a little bit like he's Jesus. They point, and when they first recognize him, they, say, Jesus, Jesus over there when they want to come and talk to him and stuff. Or if he's in a
Is it
foreign
his fault?
nation where people don't know his name, his language, they know they could call him Jesus, Jesus. So, I mean, that's a positive experience for him, wholesome and positive. But what about her?
Imagine
She's
she's dealing with a lot of creeps.
right. Yeah. And
DMs are
when
blowing
you're
up.
a public figure like that and doing this, portraying a character who's um, out there like that, um,
Well, and with her doing so much nudity, from the way it sounds, I'm not familiar with the show, but it sounds like she's done a lot of nudity in the past. So I imagine a lot of people think that all the creeps probably think they have a right to that. And
we've seen it already, right?
yeah, right.
We
Right.
know we know what's under there.
You showed it on national TV, so why can't we see it? Type shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Or just standing there in the press line or whatever, they see her, look at her face and eye her up and down. It's like they're
Start
scanning
from the
and
top.
their, mental images,
I
up
remember.
and down. It's like a laser scanner, X-ray right through the clothes, up and down, and they have accurate reference points for, everything, all of it reconstructed right in front of them. No wonder she expresses discomfort about the boundaries being typecast based on her on-screen nudity, right? So that's another thing. Is it going to hurt her career? Is she, from this point forward, going to be typecast based on her past willingness to do nude scenes? Is that going to influence the opportunities that are presented to her? Because she's the lady who is
Well, you
willing
did
to,
it before,
yeah,
right?
it's what you do. It's
It's
what
gonna
made you
make her
famous.
more money. Uh,
Well, up to a point. It only lasts
hey,
so,
her
you know,
resume, movies and
the
shows, check it out. This is not a short resume.
right, no,
She's been
but
in
I mean,
shows a very long time.
she's got a long resume, but the the youthful beauty only lasts so long. And if she's typecast based on her willingness to do nude scenes and, when she ages out of that sort of role, what happens to her career? If she's not seen as being a complex, nuanced actor, she's just the, the
They just
Or,
want the
nude.
tits and ass.
Right. I don't know. It's kind of,
um,
it doesn't seem empowering to her. Based on what she's saying, it doesn't seem like it feels empowering to her. It sounds
it's a
like
movie
she's trying
role.
to
It's a
justify,
job.
almost like she's trying to convince herself with that line that she gave to the public about it being empowering and we're all beautiful in our own bodies. Is she saying that to everybody or is she saying that to herself? Like trying to
Didn't she say something about it being an out of body experience filming it? I mean, that right
Yeah,
there is not an empowering thing.
Distinct from her real self? Yeah, quote, out of body experience, exactly what she said. Filming in those intimate scenes as Cassie.
That
Um,
mhm,
makes it seem like it's slightly traumatic to her, if you ask me.
yeah,
Maybe more than slightly. But
so,
uh, yeah. But
mm,
she's been convinced that it's empowering, and she's getting offered all this money to do it, so she believes
right.
she's empowered by it. But if it can still be traumatic, even if she's being well rewarded for it, that doesn't mean
y-
it's going to be good for her in the long run.
and who's to say they're not going
Yeah,
to just continue to press her to do more and more risky stuff?
yeah, and she's gonna have kids eventually, and to see all these movies, and she start getting more risque after this. I don't think next season will be like this, because the backlash within the last few episodes. One comes on tomorrow though, and it's pre-recorded, so
I
whatever
don't
she's
know,
done this season
they're
is
getting a lot of press for this. They're getting a lot of attention. I'd never heard of the show before this, and
exactly. You're
now I
gonna go
know.
watch it, right?
And what?
I said, and now you're gonna go watch it, right?
No, I don't have
Uh,
HBO.
I forgot what it's on. It's on HBO. Okay,
I don't
yeah,
know. I
I think
think
it's on
so.
HBO.
I'm pretty sure it's
okay.
HBO. I don't know.
I got too many streaming
I kind
services.
of, uh, oftentimes I would go check it out, but I kind of almost don't want to just on principle,
You
just
should.
because
You can
if
have a
they're
better
doing all of
opinion.
this stuff that's traumatizing their actress for, shock value in order to get people, to tune in who otherwise wouldn't. I don't want to be one of those otherwise wouldn't who is coming in falling for that.
It'll
I'm
help you
with you,
build a
Mark.
better opinion.
And I don't particularly go for that kind of sexualized content anyway. I don't see,
Nobody expected that. That's what everybody's saying. No one really was like, we went to this show for this. A lot of people were saying gross and stuff like that.
yeah,
Yeah, it took a
I mean,
turn once they got 18.
okay.
straight up
I don't
doing
even know
stuff and
the,
looking like you're in a diaper and with a pacifier. That's just not right. I'm sorry.
Uh, yeah.
and yeah, in front of a camera or something. Yeah. If it was,
No, it actually wasn't in front of a camera. It was her maid was taking her pictures.
It's still in front of a
so there was a
camera.
camera.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh, I thought
Yeah.
you were talking about like a
Oh, like a tripod?
camera on a tripod. She
Yeah.
actually had someone there taking the pictures. Yeah.
Yes.
That's
A
almost
living
creepier.
tripod. Yeah, it is kind of creepier, isn't it?
It's her
Hmm.
maid. It was a woman. She was excited to be taking the pictures.
Um, was
Hey,
she getting a cut of the OnlyFans payout? That would be a reason to be excited.
I don't know.
Definitely a motivator to take better pictures.
Money is the motive.
I don't know.
I think a lot of people get on OnlyFans thinking they're going to be millionaires, and that's just really not the case for most people.
Right. Uh, yeah. It's not. Not everybody's gonna be a millionaire. And a lot of people think that it's only specifically porn when that's not even the case. It's a different assortment of things. It's something you gotta look to
Such
check what you
as,
want to look for. There's content creators doing other things. Once upon a time, there was this one lady, and she was a big lady who was just eating cake for content, and
but what was she wearing
yeah,
while she ate
That,
cake?
I mean,
she was
well,
wearing bikinis.
So
yeah,
therefore, it's sexualized content.
it's still, yeah, it's a fetish, um,
It
porn.
is somebody liked
Yeah,
it,
Yeah.
so
it was, yeah, people buying her
okay.
more cake. And yeah,
There's other stuff though. I just don't have something right off the top of my head. But yeah,
Go
it's
pull up your
not all
OnlyFans and look.
porn. Hey,
oh,
uh, I don't know if
oh,
I should open that right now.
don't, yeah, we shouldn't call out don't call out someone's search history live on YouTube. You just there's
um,
some you just you keep to yourself.
I will
Um,
not
Just
but
confirm or
curious what else
deny.
is on there.
not right, yeah.
Man,
Well, yeah, his search history, whether he's even looked for OnlyFans, right? Don't confirm or
oh no, I
deny
have the app.
anything. But
Uh,
okay, all right, there.
you don't
So,
have to go searching.
of your own admission, but
Not too far to look, but
search history
anyhow,
in the
yeah.
app though is
I'm not
still
asking for
applies.
his
Mm-mm.
specific search history. I'm just wondering what they have on there that's not sexualized.
But then you're going to be putting that into his search history, right?
Maybe
I don't know.
so.
I think I recall
Hey,
you mentioning that there were people like baking or something, right?
They have a sourdough
yeah, there's
community.
other content.
Yeah. But
Sourdough. I did not
it's
hear that.
like it I can't help but wonder if that's the way that people immediately have to go and say it's not all, you know, porn. It's not all objectionable content. It's kind of tacitly admitting that most of it is really distasteful to a large part of the
I can agree with that.
population. Um, it's kind of like um, the administration at Pornhub saying, not all of the video content uploaded to Pornhub is SA or underage. It's tacitly admitting that a lot of it is, you know. The entire website is completely banned in the state of Florida, because they
Wow.
can't confirm, can't control what people upload. They take these videos down as quickly as they can. They're re-uploaded by people who just pop up new accounts. It's Pandora's box that, may be slow to open, but it's got, you know, got the
The
potential
type
to a lot of
the type of
uh,
stuff that she was doing is what puts an ugly look and sour taste in people's mouth when you think
yeah.
about OnlyFans. It isn't what everybody looks at on TV. There's all kinds of stuff. I don't know particulars right now. And
I mean, I got
yeah,
no objection to people that if you want to do porn, that's fine. But
Yeah.
I don't know. Making it look like kiddie porn is a totally different
right.
subject.
Uh, that was uncalled for. I can say
Some
that.
of some also, I mean, I haven't gone to OnlyFans. I have seen YouTube videos of people who have, like, out in the wild, spotted OnlyFans models, like, filming stuff, like at tourist destinations, like scantily clad and striking poses with this camera person following them, and they're like dancing through the streets in like some place in Tokyo with Mount Fuji behind them, and all of the Japanese people who live there are like, what the fuck? And I mean, it seems like there's a lot of people, while it's not overtly like objectionable, it's not overtly like, but it is kind of creating this obnoxiousness that never existed before. And um while it's not overtly sexual, it is implied implicitly sexualized enough that the people who are following those individuals creating it find it very, you know, it's kind of like the confusion and um, the locals' dislike of what's happening in their city and their tourist destination. The disrespect that's being shown is kind of probably what's you know doing it for whoever's watching. You're like, yeah, that's kind of right in their face. They can't do anything about it. They're
I
not
remember
doing anything
there
wrong.
was some people doing an OnlyFans video. It was out of the country, but they were American. Uh, they were doing an OnlyFans video on a balcony and fell over the balcony. It couldn't hold their weight.
Oh,
For
yeah. Or like was it a swimming, wasn't it like a penthouse top level swimming pool that like the
yeah,
thing crashed over and they,
yes.
oh my,
Um,
yeah.
so yeah, that was bad. But
I imagine how terrifying that would be. Like swimming on top of like this skyscraper building, and then all of a sudden you're
well, I
being
mean, the
dragged
glass can
down.
only take so much weight, and when you're being
Yeah. And it's gonna
uh,
shred you as you get over the edge.
when someone's throwing you against a glass, it could break, and that's kind of what happened.
Yeah.
It's pill time though, so
Oh, hey, have fun.
it wasn't fun.
Yay.
12 hours from now, I'll
Congratulations.
take the other one. Round
Oh,
two. Uh, so, I don't think about epilepsy until I have to take those pills every day.
yeah.
Doesn't even
It's,
cross my
it's kind of
mind.
kind of a shame. The things that keep it out of our mind are the reminders that keep bringing it to mind every day. It's like the reason I'm not seizing all the time is these
Yeah.
things that stop me. But I, you know,
um,
well,
yeah, and then like I was saying, basically that show and other stuff trying to show people bad interpretations of what OnlyFans is, and that even someone here took to Reddit and posted something. It says OnlyFans does not deserve the same respect as a normal career. I think it's more damaging to men and women to support the porn industry than condemn it. It teaches young women their only worth is in their bodies, how big of an ass or pair of tits you have, and young men, their only worth is how many women you can fuck. And it's absurd and unfair how doctors and firefighters work hard every day, including holidays and birthdays, to save lives, or regular people working 12 hours a day, providing essential services and barely making it by, yet make a lot less money than someone just taking a picture of their ass or feet and posting it on the internet. No effort, energy, or creativity spent. What TF am I studying to be a nurse for? I'm 20, tall and lean, and maybe I should ditch this and make thirst traps. Nah, not only that, but sex work has long linked history linked to human trafficking. Pimps will have women create explicit content and take most of their earnings. If you think you were fapping to a harmless video or photo, that could very well be a victim who lost their freedom and sense of identity, all to satisfy a bunch of porn addicts and their needs of if you're if you are acting on your own and want to do it for whatever reason, go for it. I am not telling you what to do, but I will not give the same credit and respect as I would a doctor. I mean, I don't expect the person to give them the same respect as normal career because I mean, if you what you're it depends on what you're looking for. Like I said, you gotta see it to believe it. You gotta be there for that stuff. Uh, all of
Well,
OnlyFans is not porn, but hey, it's one
Prostitution's
man's
the oldest profession.
yeah,
right.
but that's a really really good point that he raised, the human trafficking side of it that gets overlooked or ignored. It's I mean it's kind of um a an ugly underbelly of the immigration problem also. A lot of times, or of immigration problems in general, not necessarily our current issue, but historically, when immigration from one poor nation to another higher quality of life nation has existed, there has been human trafficking, and a lot of it is done through organized crime and criminals that have networks set up, and they will um, offer, for a price to smuggle people across the border. Um, and, um, they've got all of the sort of infrastructure um, would give you the impression that they could do it pretty easily. They've got a business, you kind of hide in the back of a truck that they just go right through over the border or something, or a boat or whatever. But once they, go over and get in, or once they are in the um, clutches of whatever organized crime or criminal organization, um, they're um, held captive. They're ripe for extortion. They'll be like, well, the price went up now. You don't get your freedom until you pay up, or you do what we demand of you to do. Um, and what choice do they have? They're captive. They're basically slaves to whoever, unless they have family who can pay up. And even in those cases, why would the people not just keep saying to the family members, oh, it's an extra fee to transport them over to you, and well, price went up. We go, just keep milking them for as much as they have, um, all the while making the captive people do more and more horrendous things that they would otherwise never do, you know, or get
Yeah.
killed potentially. Worst case scenario, get killed for,
Sell
not
organs.
doing. Um, so, that's definitely that sort of system has been confirmed to be happening a lot with North Korean refugees trying to flee into South Korea, and they'll be offered transport by um, Chinese crime organizations. We'll take you, um, we'll take you from North Korea across the river over into China, transport you south a little bit, and then hop you over the river back, back over the same river into South Korea. Easy peasy, boop, 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 no problem, right? But then they just take them right across the border within sight of the border. They've got this basically a prison where they force all of those North Korean people to work in like slave call centers or whatever's going on. Who knows? Nobody can confirm, but if you pay too close attention, it's within sight of the border, but they can see you. if you can see them and they're armed. So
A lot.
yeah, it's a big overlooked issue. Not that a lot of, a lot of that is becoming, OnlyFans content, but human trafficking is an issue in the porn industry. A lot of the seedier underbelly of the porn industry. Um, so yeah.
uh,
Um,
You said porn is like the underbelly of
no, the the
uh
seedier the seedier underbelly. So there's like the whole above board, you know, corporate
gotcha.
everything all just so, and then there's the people who just make content and get it out on whatever skeezy websites they can, and then there's the people who make the really bad stuff. And if they're willing to create a human trafficking prison of sex slaves, or whatever, um, that that's the seediest underbelly, so to speak. Not a good way to
Funny
put it,
word you
but
said was skeezy.
yeah.
Yeah, it just had to put that out once real quick. Uh that stuck in my mind, skeezy, because I'm trying to put a vision what else it could be. But yeah, is that like sleazy? What you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna use skeezy more often now. But
It's 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 a fun. It's kind of fun to put the k in there. Just k, sk.
um yeah. Damn, what was I
Like,
gonna say?
do neurotypical
Oh,
people
I was
not
gonna
like pay attention to how words feel in the mouth to say? Like some words are
mm-mm.
more fun to pronounce than others. Is that weird a weird thought?
No.
I
Yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah. Okay.
It
Good.
Yeah.
is.
Some words are just more fun.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
I was gonna say that's normal.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but there was something I had to say to what you said, and
And
I
I
just
derailed
lost it.
you.
Uh,
I'm good
maybe
at
I
derailing.
can't remember.
What
But
was it?
yeah, it's not coming to mind. Um, but there was an article on something that you wanted to read about. What is it called? Oh yeah, the giant lake returns 130 years after vanishing. You said that would be very interesting to talk about. So I
Yeah,
have that
that would
article
be.
here, but I'd like for you to read it if you would, from April 25th, 2026.
Um, um, mm, okay, yeah, a giant lake is suddenly returning 130 years after it vanished. Tulare Lake?
Tulare,
Tulare.
that's where
Tulare.
I'm at.
In Carolina's San Joaquin Valley was once one of the largest bodies of fresh water in the whole U.S.
Hold on, Mark. You said Carolina. It says
No,
California.
Carolina. Yeah,
California.
well, the CAL and the NA, they look the same. It's just the middle stuff that's a little different.
I'm sorry, I
I
just
got
had
it
to
like,
separate us from
yeah, no, you're
Carolina.
right. I'm sorry. California.
Yeah.
Um, yes. San Joaquin Valley. I don't think Carolina has either Carolina. Neither one of them have a San Joaquin Valley.
Okay.
But
That's
yeah,
good.
so formerly one of the largest bodies of freshwater in the whole U.S., but some 130 years ago it disappeared thanks largely to the greed of colonialists who drained its waters to create arable farmland. And yet last year, the once cherished lake suddenly reemerged, bringing with it both positive and painful effects. Back in the late 19th century, Tulare Lake, yeah, caught it, uh, stretched more than 100 miles long and 30 miles wide and was the largest body of fresh water west of the Mississippi, Vivian Underhill of Northeastern University explained in a press release. At this time, it contained so much water that a steamship could carry agricultural supplies from the Bakersfield area up to Fresno at the heart of the San Joaquin Valley and then up to San Francisco, a distance of nearly 300 miles, she said. However, in the succeeding decades, the ancestral lakes and connecting waterways that made such a route possible all but vanished thanks to man-made irrigation, named Pa'ashi by the indigenous Tachi Yokut tribe. I apologize for my butchering of any pronunciation. Tulare Lake was fed primarily by snowmelt out of the Sierra Nevada mountains as opposed to rainfall, which is scant in the region. Fresno receives just over 10 inches of rain in a year on average, and sometimes as little as 3, according to the National Weather Service. Looking at this arid landscape of the San Joaquin Valley over the course of the 21st century, it would have been hard to imagine such a large body of water dominating the landscape. However, in the 1800s, Fresno was a lakeside town, Underhill said. The researcher who specializes in ethnography and environmental justice explained that the lake first began disappearing in the late 1850s and early 1860s, thanks to the state of California's desire to take historically indigenous land and put it into private ownership. The process was called reclamation and often entailed either draining inundated land or irrigating desert land to create arable farmland, she said. If people could drain that land, they would be granted ownership of parts of that land. So there was a big incentive for white settlers to start doing that work, she added, describing the process as a deeply, quote, deeply settler colonial project. The first time the lake fully disappeared was around 1890 when its quote water was used to irrigate all of the arid lands around that area. She went on. Now the valley is crisscrossed by hundreds of irrigation canals, all of which were originally built to take that lake water and put it onto irrigated fields. And yet in 2023, Tulare Lake came back from the dead. California just got inundated with snow in the winter and then rain in the spring, Underhill explained. If you have a rain and snow event, the snow melts really fast, and all of this still runs into the depression where Tulare Lake once sat. Months after the lake's resurgence, the impacts could be seen in the local wildlife. Birds of all kinds, pelicans, hawks, water birds, are returning, Underhill said, adding that the Tachi also say that they've seen burrowing owls nesting around the shore, a species described as vulnerable or imperiled by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, as well as the homecoming of different species, including fish and amphibians, likely brought down by rainfall and flooding. Human communities have been greatly affected by the lake's rebirth. For the Tachi Yokuts, the return of the lake has been just an incredibly powerful and spiritual experience, Underhill said. Quote, they've been holding ceremonies on the side of the lake. They've been able to practice their traditional hunting and fishing practices again. However, for the region's farm workers and landowners, the picture has been far less rosy. Many of these agricultural workers have suffered devastating losses as a result of the flooding, with many losing their homes entirely. Effects are already underway to drain the lake once again, and Underhill said that she expects it to remain in some form for about 2 more years, although new atmospheric river events over California this year could complicate this. Under climate change, Underhill says floods of this magnitude or higher will happen with increasing frequency. At a certain point, I think it would behoove the state of California to realize that Tulare Lake wants to remain. And in fact, there's a lot of economic benefit that could be gained from letting it remain. She also noted that last year's resurrection wasn't the lake's first return since the 1800s. It happened in the 80s, and it happened once in the 60s, a couple of times in the 30s. She said, looking at the wider environmental context, Underhill pointed out, quote, this landscape has always been one of the lakes and wetlands, and our current irrigated agriculture is just a century-long blip in this larger geologic history. This is, quote, this is not actually a flood, this is a lake returning, end quote. Nevertheless, in March this year, a reporter for The Guardian went to visit the iconic lake and found herself met with sprouts of grass and thick mud. Less than a year after its revival, Tulare Lake had shrunk to just 2,625 acres, according to the Kings County Office of Emergency Services, and officials now expect its, quote, imminent disappearance, end quote. Abraham Valencia with the Office of Emergency Services told the news outlet, that is, barring unforeseen snowmelt runoff causing upstream flooding. In other words, as Danny Aguiano wrote, despite the predictions, the lake is nearly gone. This article was originally published on April 8th, 2024. So, yeah, interesting. It's
Yeah,
another article came from Indy 100, and the language choices they use are
or left.
pretty clear. Yeah, pretty far left, pretty clear.
Gotcha.
Um, Not that this isn't happening or whatever, but um, yeah, trying to frame a flood as the return of a lake, um, that, and it's, um, hold on. Hello? Am I
Can hear you.
okay? My computer is frozen up or something. I can't see. Uh,
You're moving just fine.
okay, there we
Yeah,
go. I got it. Sorry about that. Oh, yeah, bumped something. Something got loose. Monitor went away. Um, there we go. I forgot what I was saying.
me too. But there's a comment here that says, Mark had to blame California. Sure did.
What
Um,
did I blame California for?
I don't know. I just wanted
Uh,
to agree.
yeah, it was probably.
Land of the
Um,
great.
I don't know. Blaming California for things happening to a lake in California, I think is fair, right?
I agree. I agree with that one. Um, yeah.
I certainly didn't do anything to that lake.
The pictures they're showing here are pictures I've never seen before. And
Yeah, it's
um,
flooded farmland, temporarily flooded farmland. Less than a year. It was
the
a uh, temporary state of emergency, and um, this professor is celebrating it as the return of a lake and this mystical spiritual experience that all of the interconnected animals recognize as the way things should be, because man just messes everything up, right?
Yeah, right. Um,
I mean,
What do you
man
think
does
about them
mess.
draining it for agricultural uses in the first place?
I think America would not have been able to feed itself through winters throughout the entire 20th century had we not had farmland in Florida and California that had been drained and um,
um,
and used. Yeah. I mean,
now,
where does everybody think that like fresh oranges and fresh peppers and fresh this and fresh that comes from in their grocery stores in the winter? You're
yeah.
getting California. They like to put stickers on those things. We get
Um,
grown in California stuff here in Florida. It makes no sense. We send grown in Florida stuff over to the rest of the country. Why don't we just have our own stuff here too? I
ev
don't know.
ev all the fruit and stuff here, it's much cheaper. You can get like what is it, like avocados, 3 for $1. Uh,
Oh man, if you ever have a chance, if there's like a yeah, avocados that have ripened on the tree that you pick like directly off of the tree to use are so much better than anything you can ever get in any grocery store. If you ever have the opportunity, anybody anywhere watching this, get get those avocados and make guacamole that night. That night. Yeah.
yeah.
When I was
I
Um,
gave
growing
up
up,
on avocados.
yeah, when I was growing up, my family had two avocado trees in the backyard. We had one green and one Haas. So both of the most popular varieties that are offered in most American grocery stores. Well, most grocery stores in my area, I guess. I don't know about you guys, but yeah, that guacamole, the flavor of the avocados, that it's much more complex. Like they taste flat when you get them picked too early and then allowed to ripen and transport and on the shelves and stuff. I mean, they're still ripe, they're still good to eat, but they're not as good as they could have been. So yeah, random tangent, way too long, but avocados,
yeah.
yeah. But they've spoiled me.
Uh,
I can't do store avocados anymore.
all the
Just ruined it
fruit
for you.
you can find fruit stands and vegetable stands every now and then all over the place, but this area needs water. They're begging for water. There are billboards saying they need water. Uh, they're saying F a lot of stuff. We need water. Yeah, they're begging for water out here. So that'd be good if the lake did come back. 'Cause they need it.
That might be too much water. That might, ruin the farm fields for a year. They need some happy medium.
Somebody's gonna be happy. Somebody's
Somebody,
farm that isn't floated. I mean, that isn't flooded. It's gonna be like, nice, we got
I
water now.
mean,
They have
it's
schedules to where you can
completely
water the
possible
grass.
to make everybody unhappy all at once, all at the same time.
Right.
Maybe not equally unhappy, but it is, it's not always somebody happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone She's not gonna feel good after this. But hey,
Unless, I guess,
yeah.
unless if you call the least unhappy person, if you just recalibrate and set that as happy, I guess you could change the whole thing. But then what would happen? What would you have to do if that person became actually happy at some point in the future? What is above happy? If you
Mm,
Ecstatic.
ecstatic,
mm.
brilliant.
What's
Um,
above ecstatic? Uh, that's another whole nother topic to go into. Uh, Mark? Oh, I was just making sure you were okay.
yep, sorry. Computer power
Um,
plug.
okay. Um,
Whoa.
I got another article here though, and I send it to you, Mark, just to see if you thought it was interesting. But listen, it says, "Is your pasta sauce listening to you?" Question mark. Prego launches dinner conversation recording device. Pasta lovers are puzzled by this perplexing product release. And this was April 22nd, 2026. In an
Somebody
effort
likes
to
alliteration there.
Right. um,
Pasta lovers puzzled by pasta.
it says, in an effort to encourage meaningful dinner time conversations, Prego just launched a product bundle that includes a recording device to capture families' mealtime discussions, but many consumers are raising concerns about the pasta sauce's brand ability to keep their intimate conversations private. Prego teamed up with the nonprofit StoryCorps to create limited edition connection keeper bundle that comes with several items, including a connection keeper device that record your family's spirited conversations for posterity. Below, we're sharing everything you need to know about the product bundle, including concerns that consumers have had and raised about the Prego response. Yeah, so far, what do you think about that
Creepy?
recording device? Yeah, you set it out there while we're reading, so I mean while we're eating, so you know we're that it seems weird. I'm with the people, the consumers. I won't be buying it, and
I don't understand entirely what they're saying it actually does for people. Like
I'll keep reading.
what
On
does
the
it accomplish? What service is provided by having this spy device at your dinner table? Uh,
buy a device, I like that. Um,
yeah.
I'll read the rest of the article so you can know exactly what it's talking about, not seem left out. It says, "What is the Connection Keeper bundle?" The Connection Keeper bundle launches online on April 27th and will retail for $20. Prego is only selling 100 bundles, so supplies are limited. Each bundle comes with the following items: one Prego times StoryCorps, well, X StoryCorps Connection Keeper comes with Prego meal essentials such as Prego traditional pasta sauce, comes with one Prego X StoryCorps conversation prompt card deck. Um, Also comes with a USB-C charging cable and comes with a step-by-step guide to use the connection keeper. What is StoryCorps? Prego partnered with StoryCorps to create the bundle. Since 2003, StoryCorps has worked with over 720,000 people across the U.S. to record interviews about their lives. The nonprofit organization then preserves the recordings at the Library of Congress. Some of these archive recordings are shared on StoryCorps podcast, radio, books, and other platforms. How does your connection keeper recording device work? In the press release, Prego describes the connection keeper as a simple screen, in quote, simple screen free conversation recording that captures the real conversations that happen when families gather around the table for meals. And then there's something in quote, the connection keeper records the laughter, stories, and cherished moments that happen naturally over a meal and saves those recordings to revisit for years to come without phones, screens, or distractions getting in the way. The release reads. To use the device, families simply press record when they're ready. Per Prego, the screen-free recording device doesn't collect data and isn't collected to the cloud. In other words, recordings stay on the device if you don't choose to upload them to the StoryCorps portal, where you can listen to them anytime. Prego's website notes the audio storage via the StoryCorps portal is secure, in quote, secure, and says recordings are, in quote, stored safely in the StoryCorps portal via USB-C. Traditionally, families can decide who accesses the recordings thanks to full privacy controls. Family can begin uploading their recordings to the StoryCorps portal starting May 4th. Families will have the option to preserve their recordings privately within the StoryCorps archive and share them publicly as part of a special Prego collection. The website explains if consumers opt to share their recordings, they have full control over whether they are available via the StoryCorps archive of Library of Congress. Per both brands, recording will not be sold or shared outside of archive, archive or Library of Congress. The library's device isn't connected to Wi Fi and doesn't use artificial intelligence to operate. Consumers can also delete recordings if they want to. How have consumers responded? After hearing the collaboration with many consumers to social media to share their most perplexed reactions. One ex user stated the obvious, writing, the smartphone has been able to do this for years. Another commented, so no one's actually buying this, right? One ex user suggested that the collaboration's with pure intentions somewhat missed the point. End quote. That's so weird. Why would I want to record my dinner table conversations? Why does everything need to be monitored and recorded at all times? They wrote. Many ex users worried about privacy of their recorded conversations, including one who said, is there a single company that isn't trying to steal my data? One ex user expressed similar concerns, writing, or in other words, gather data and sell it to AI companies sooner or later. Some social media users had fun with the news, joking that the recording device could land some people in jail. In quote, officer, but how do you even know what we're talking about? We got snitched on by a smart device from the creator Prego Sauce, one wrote. One ex challenged a bathroom based brand to take inspiration from Prego's limited edition bundle, writing, in quote, your move at Charmin. What does Prego say? A Prego spokesperson describes the inspiration behind the brand's limited edition release in a statement shared with Today.com. For generations, Prego has been at the center of family meals where some of life's most meaningful moments would unfold. We've heard from countless families that they wish they could bottle up some of those moments. That is why we've partnered with the StoryCorps for Mother's Day to help families preserve some of their memories. The statement reads, the Connection Keeper is designed to help families put away their screens and capture those everyday moments they laugh, the inside jokes and conversations you want to treasure forever. When asked about the aforementioned consumer concerns, the spokesperson said the Connection Keeper records only when a user deliberately activates it. Wait, the Connection Keeper records only when a user deliberately activates it. So families are always in control of what they capture. Prego does not access or receive recordings at any point. The recordings remain on the device. The device was intentionally designed to be fully offline with no Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, or cloud storage, ensuring recordings stay private unless a user chooses to share them. That is it.
Creepy. Just creepy.
Yeah, I'm not
As
gonna
if
go
we're
back
not
and
getting
listen to what
recorded enough.
I'm not gonna go back and listen to what we were talking about on the 3rd of January or something like that.
Right.
A
Same.
picture is different, but to collect recordings, mm,
I was
some
like,
people are gonna.
hey Siri, record this upcoming future cherished family moment.
Mm,
Okay, I will record this upcoming cherished moment. Beep beep.
uh, I was thinking to what if I like did that same thing and told Siri. Um, I was hoping she doesn't say anything when I just say Siri, but I was thinking, what if I told it to factory reset? What would it do? Because I was thinking about wiping one of these devices, and I was just thinking, would she just do that? But
I'm pretty sure they would have, if it's able to recognize that enough to execute the function of actually doing a factory reset, they would almost certainly have like checks in place. Like you
are
need
you
to
sure?
do the like biometric login or something to confirm, or
The face
like
scan,
it will, yeah, or like it will double check, confirm. Are
like,
you sure you really want to? I mean, it would probably do multiple times because it's that's a major thing, factory resetting. But uh yeah, I
so
don't know.
Mark,
I have all of those voice command things always turned off. I don't like the idea of microphones and everything listening in, you know, keeping an ear out for whatever um whatever's going on around it. While I appreciate the convenience some people find in it, you know, like being able to just shout out, hey Alexa, add such and such to my, Amazon shopping cart, buy it now.
mm, mm, mm.
But
um,
yeah, or do you remember the South Park like post-COVID 2 episode in the future where they all have like the Alexa is an actual hologram that starts getting like bitchy with Stan, starts like acting like a disillusioned, disgruntled wife that is like giving him a hard time, jerking him around because you know, as opposed to just the doing exactly what he's told. He had to like calm her down. It's like, okay, Alexa. Um,
yeah,
like,
uh,
building in these emotions into these things, the future AIs and stuff. I don't know. That would be
um,
um,
my dad's Alexa
can you
sometimes.
imagine Alexa becoming all passive aggressive and having to placate Alexa in order to be able to
Mm, mm, mm.
do whatever?
My dad's Alexa is like upstairs because it's upstairs and downstairs, and sometimes you'll just hear her talking, like asking, "Should I do this or should I do this?" Or music will just come on because it's listening that good to us, and we're downstairs. But yeah. But to this thing sitting on the table, I don't even sit at the dinner table anymore. So I literally
Yeah,
have to put it at the counter. I mean, at the table next to the couch. um,
Just listen to me
I-
talking to my cat.
yeah, yeah, me too.
yeah.
I mean, well,
Um,
the rest of the family ate at the dinner table last night out there. There wasn't room for me to, but I didn't get dinner. I had Chipotle. yesterday, right before all the kids came, because you guys need to know this, right? So I was full when the kids had to eat. Um, so they went and they got Sonic. Everybody got, all kinds of smoothies and whatnot, but I didn't have. So I sat and I brushed Kitty while the um yeah. So just so you guys know how things played out. But we did use it
Making
to
me hungry.
they did use, yeah, my stomach's grumbling now. Like, what the heck?
Get some of that Prego pasta.
We do have Prego pasta in the pantry. I do
Get
I
the
have some
might have
fresh
recorder.
some too.
mozzarella sticks too. Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yum.
Can you imagine a dinner made up of entirely mozzarella sticks? Just like 20 of them?
I like the
Um,
jalapeno poppers better than the cheese sticks.
Really?
Little
Yeah. The
Caesars
I
has these
love
little
cheese. I love the cheese.
Well, they
Little
have cheese in them
Caesars had
too.
this little cupcake
Yeah.
thing, and it's cheese and garlic, and uh, you gotta check it out. Uh,
What,
it-
cheese garlic cupcake?
it's not a cupcake. It's more like it's hard to explain. It's not a
Has it got
cupcake
like the
though, but
pizza dough and it's got like the cheese and toppings in it?
yeah. So not a cupcake, but yeah, it does shape like that, and they're good.
Like
Check them out. Little
like
Caesars.
okay,
I'd
Little
have to
Caesar.
find a Little Caesars.
Okay.
Yeah. Or you can just check it out on online
Ooh,
to see what I'm talking about. But yeah,
thunder here. Just FYI, hearing thunder power might flicker if I disappear. Just
gotcha.
early farewell.
Um,
But who knows? I'm gonna stick with it for now. We'll see. Play dangerous.
um,
Yeah. Using the laptop plugged in and charging in the wall when there's,
mm.
potential power surges. I got it. I got it. Buffer the backup power and surge protection,
You have a
fancy
generator?
stuff. We do have a generator. Yeah. It's
You
not
should
all
be.
set up and hooked up yet. It would be a pain. By the time I got the generator set up here, um, the power would probably be back online. But yeah, if there's a hurricane in the next year, um, we'd be good. I could probably come back. But honestly, and I could probably we've got enough solar battery backup stuff to charge a phone. I'd be able to, as long as there's a data connection, and they restore cell towers first, communications networks priority when there's an emergency here. So yeah, data always comes up before before power. So I'd be able to come and talk about cats and rockets if even if I get hit with a hurricane. So don't worry.
Yeah.
Um,
Gosh, you're still gonna be here, even in a hurricane, is what
I'll
I
do
just
my
heard.
best. I'll do my
Okay.
best at least,
Okay.
right up until the power goes out. But today, or not today, this year, 2026 is supposed to be or it's panning out to be a super El Nino year. So the ocean currents in the Pacific are such that they're predicting it will be a very abnormally quiet Atlantic hurricane season. So if what they're seeing is true with the under surface ocean current temperatures over in the Pacific coast off South America, then yeah, then it'd be extra unlikely that um, I will have to work through that to reach you guys. But
Before that time comes, hook up your generator.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about hurricanes is with all the fancy satellite stuff, we see them coming. Thanks, rockets.
Mm, mm,
Yay. Rockets do stuff for humanity all the time.
I
Um,
know
there's
somebody.
a lot of interesting weather satellites have just gone up in the past couple years. So there's going to be some significant improvements in weather forecasting coming up that'll be enabled by the enhanced data collection from some of the weather satellites. There were two satellites in particular sent up last year that'll um, really help. So. Because the issue of weather forecasting is one of computing power in order to run the models and stuff. It's kind of like these data centers for AI. They need a lot of processing power in order to run all of these data points to spit out these stupid sentences that, whatever. But this is basically like running a big fluid dynamics simulation of the entire atmosphere of the Earth, which is extremely difficult. I mean, the fluid mechanics of the air flowing over a Formula One car are complicated enough that they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars just developing that alone. So scale that up to the whole planet. Um, it's crazy the job being put forth to weather forecasters like that. So um, each year there's more computing power available to them as they build bigger and bigger and bigger computers. But um, there's two sides to that coin. They need data in order to put into the computers in order to see and let them process and simulate out how would this, give it these conditions, how would it go? And then run it again, how would it go? With, they use particular mathematical models that are not they don't spit out the exact same result from the exact same initial conditions, even if they're given the exact same initial conditions, just because of the nature of the math that they're running. So you run it a lot of times, and then you you know, take a statistical analysis of all of these different and put it into something like that. So these weather satellites, the more data that they're able to collect, the better data quality that's going into it, the better the weather prediction will be. And so doing that from big natural disasters also has a side payoff benefit in that they have to include more of the atmosphere than just that one little isolated hurricane. They have to look at all of it. So you get better weather prediction overall, all of the nation by virtue of trying to study, you know, disastrous storm forecasting better. So it's really, really interesting stuff. There's all kinds of trickle downstream benefits to a lot of these things that you just don't um, don't see initially when you just consider what this thing is designed to do. Um, what it actually provides can be so much more. Um, so rant over. What were we talking about?
We were talking about
A lake?
the no, we were talking about the Prego recorder. You're recording
Oh,
dinner.
yeah,
Yeah. So
weather forecasting.
so overall, none of us would like that thing to listen to our dinner conversations. That's what I'm coming to. Because I definitely I'd have to put it in the living room. I don't sit at the dinner table. The dinner table has something else on it. Um,
It's like there's a recorder on this thing here. Just
it's
record,
already listening.
set it down, right? How is
Right.
that any different than reaching over and pressing a button on this standalone device? Why does it need to be a standalone device? Like, who came up with that product and how long until they lose their job at Prego?
Um, how long until someone else decides we're going to do one of these too? How about that? Do you think this would be something
Oh,
that's going to blow up?
that would be an infinite amount of time because everybody else in the world can see that that's not a good idea. So nobody's going to copy that. It's just going to be the person who really pushed for it that, you know, they're going to get canned. Blame has to fall on somebody, so one person is going to get the guillotine. Um,
It'll
It
be on
makes me,
Temu in a year.
it's not
it,
necessarily even going to be the actual person who was responsible for the idea, but somebody in the corporate structure is gonna take the fall for it. Um,
how much money did they waste developing this thing? And I mean, it just seems ridiculous. How much is the money they spent going to raise the cost of our spaghetti sauce?
I
Because
mean,
they
honestly,
wasted all this
probably not
money.
much. Probably
Right.
not much. The chips to do this, the amount of memory needed for it, if they're not connecting to the internet or anything, if it's just like a little standalone recorder with batteries and stuff, it could be done with like a couple dollars um
You don't think
hardware from China.
how many designers did they have to put on it to make it how they wanted it though? And then they had to get them made.
Yeah.
Mm.
You know, they spent more
Well,
than a few bucks on it.
get China to make it for us, right? Maybe even
There's gonna
paid some
be there's
Chinese firm to design it for them.
They
Just
still
say,
have
there's
to
hey,
pay
gonna
we
be a
them.
want you to
Temu
build
version.
this. The Chinese were like, what? What do you want? Why? I mean, we'll do it for you, but why? It's like Americans. Gosh, can you believe what
I'm
they'll
telling
buy?
you, they'll have a Temu version soon. It's coming up.
Probably because the same people designed it for Prego. They'll just build the same thing and put a Timu label on it and sell it for half the price. And then even the few people who would have been
Probably a
interested
third.
in the Prego version aren't even going to buy it. They'll get the half price Chinese version from the people who actually designed and built it, probably.
So,
The
um,
world is so weird, isn't it? The
so
world
what I was
really
thinking is, what if all these people that got it just kept the memories for them? It'd still be a waste of Rigo's time. You don't have these recordings. And should I
yeah.
only record when I'm eating Prego?
I
Um,
mean, they're just trying to look for a couple bucks for a novelty thing. I don't know.
It's a
Maybe trying
publicity
to
stunt.
play it off as like a bring the family back to the dinner table and eat Prego pasta when you do. And imagine all of you remember all of the quality family time you used to have. And don't you wish you could have it all back? And you could if you all ate at the dinner table together again. And here's a reason to do it. So,
mm, mm, mm. They
but
said
yeah, I think Americans are that dumb.
they are going to use your voices and your dinner table conversations on podcasts. That's
What?
not, you didn't hear that when I was reading it?
I didn't.
Um,
I did.
Prego is
yeah.
going to, or
Anybody out there watching? Yeah. Right now we're talking about Prego having a recorder that looks like Alexa in the middle of the table recording dinner conversations. But
there's
yeah,
enough.
they did say
There's
that.
there's enough
It said
companies that have all my every.
If consumers opt to share the recordings, they have control but they could also be in the, if they share them, they'll go into the StoryCorps archive or the Library of Congress.
Oh.
So either way, they're gonna have
So
some
the
way to get your
government
shit.
will have all of our, oh, maybe that's it. Maybe some ABC agency government people, deep state conspiracy went and they said to Prego, hey, we want to hear what's happening everywhere inside of everybody's houses all the time, blatantly. Um,
Someone's gonna do it.
Bury this detail in your terms of service and make this device and sell it so that people will put it in their homes, for no other reason than just, Prego's like, what? Why would people do that? I'm just like, doesn't matter. Just do it. Some people will, right?
Yeah,
We'll
and
get them. We'll get it, and it'll go
it's
straight to
either
that.
gonna be
We'll have it. We'll archive it, and we'll know.
it's either gonna
We'll
be a
know.
massive flop or
You'll know what it will. It
it'll
doesn't
blow
matter.
up.
We'll know it.
Um, yeah, it's gonna blow up. I'm telling you. We're gonna
Yep.
be like, we were just talking about that. This was posted a week ago. So yeah. Some other company is gonna have some dinner conversation recording keeper. I don't want it. Uh
Mm, no.
yeah.
I mean, I don't even feel comfortable with the Alexa in the house. It's kind of like, hold on.
Creepy?
My phone.
Sorry, tornado watch now.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so it is actually like I might actually drop off in a bit. So um yeah. I mean, we're 2 hours now, so we'll keep going as long as we can, but good show so far, I think. Been a nice combo.
yeah, everybody out there watching, press the thumbs up button and subscribe.
Yeah, I don't know.
Uh yeah,
Is
I'm
this
basically
would this is this creepy enough to make you stop buying Prego pasta sauce and buy a different brand? Could this
no,
actually
but
backlash on them?
if
If you
I
had
picked
to
up
have
one,
one with it,
if I picked
Yeah,
up
I
a
guess
box with
if I
one of the Prego things in it, I'd get another sauce. But if it's just Prego, I'd take it. I don't want a recorder. I don't even want to bring it home. I don't even want to take it to the register. I'm just gonna get regular Prego or a different sauce if they all have that. That's it.
be
yeah,
embarrassed
I
to
don't want
bring
to
it up to
pay,
the register and buy it.
I wouldn't
Yeah, you
want to
have
pay $20 for a jar of sauce.
No.
a
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. So our consensus says we're not getting a table recorder. Uh,
Yeah. I mean,
there-
but some people will. Some people, I mean, it's
yeah, some
it's
people will.
weird. I don't know. There's some, I don't know. It's like my sister gave my dad a Christmas gift. Um, Electronic salt and pepper shakers.
Maybe the
Yeah,
Um,
grinders.
the grind.
I
Yeah,
don't.
so they grind it, the whole, the big salt kernel things, whatever, and so you don't have to like or whatever, or you don't get to then just shake. Um, 6 AA batteries each.
Holy cow. I mean, fresh
Why?
ground pepper is better, but I don't
Yeah,
know
but
anything about
why?
salt.
The salt doesn't make any difference, but what? 6
Why
batteries?
so many batteries?
Yeah, why? And especially
Uh,
Gotta,
if people are using like just regular, like like non-rechargeable batteries and just throwing 6 AA batteries away every time their salt shaker dies. That's horrible. That's
I
a
remember
terrible design.
I remember when I was looking for because I've got a pepper grinder, but it's just a regular manual one.
Yeah,
I
just
was
like
looking
take a
at them
coffee
online.
grinder and put put
They make them
peppercorns
with
in.
a charging station too.
Yeah, USB. That's good. Yeah.
What is
One
going
of the
on?
one of the good uses of like embedded batteries right there. Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
Um,
I don't know, weird tangent.
have you
My
used it yet?
sister loves gadgets though, and she's she's provided some good. She gave us the air fryer, and that thing is sweet.
Is it a
So
little
Game
one or a big
changer.
one?
it's one of the
Game.
little like the little ninja, it's like a couple dozen or not a couple dozen, a dozen mozzarella sticks in one go, or a big like a kind of large thing of fries, large for one person, but could share for a couple
That's
people.
not a big enough air fryer, if you ask
It's
me.
not,
My air
yeah,
fryer is like the size of a microwave.
yeah,
You can
Yeah,
fit
the
a
last one
full
I see.
12-inch pizza in it.
yeah.
Right.
The oven has an air fryer setting, but I've never ventured to try it because I never need more than 12 mozzarella sticks in one setting. Well, that's not true. I've stuck 15 in there.
Just in case you need a couple more.
Well,
Um,
no, I
Just
did
don't,
need those. I did need those. Yeah.
um,
just don't cook them too long, they'll explode.
Right. They just
the
ooze out and then get all over the thing. Yeah. It's weird. You got to get the
what's it
timing
called?
just right.
Uh,
But flip them also because otherwise that helps to get yeah. But if it was a bigger one, then they wouldn't be all kind of stacked and all messy on top of each other, and they could be easier. Wouldn't need to flip them, right? Get them
yeah,
all.
I seen one that could fry chicken, and yeah, you gotta have a big one, Mark. Some of them
I
do
like,
rotisserie chicken, and you gotta
Gosh,
turn it yourself, but it does the
oh,
rotisserie too.
but I wouldn't bother sitting for that. I wouldn't. I don't. If it was
Okay.
like the smoker out there, I definitely I intend to get, break out the smoker that we have. And I'll sit and supervise the smoker, smoke and
Mm.
smoke.
Yeah.
But the
Mark, um,
turning for because how
there's a
long
comment
does it
for you.
take a rotisserie chicken to rotis if you're turning it yourself? That
well,
my
chicken thighs
arms.
alone in my air fryer take like 25 minutes.
Whoa.
So a whole chicken would be significantly longer than that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Uh, yeah. Doing like you said, like frozen chicken breast or whatever, already fried, and chicken drumsticks and stuff like that. That stuff 20 minutes and it's good. Uh,
My favorite is
yeah, sounds
fish.
like you got a little one, Mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, there wasn't a lot of
The
conversation.
the the air fryer, it changed my life. It was a game changer, especially because being epileptic, it was just like don't be over the stove. You might light a fire, you might forget something on the stove, might burn yourself or fall on the stove. There were so many reasons why I shouldn't use the stove. And the air fryer just changed the game. And yeah, it's great. You gotta have one. If you guys don't have an air fryer, get one. Uh, shout out to Nature Made. Uh,
Nature's made air
but
fryers.
no, I just had to bring them up. Nature's Made B12.
But yeah,
Uh, it's a game changer.
Nick's
Uh,
berry
it
gummies.
in 9 years. I mean, in 9 days. Wait, no, 7 days. Now that I look at the calendar, okay, in 7 days, it'll be a year since I had a focal seizure.
Awesome.
And all I did was start taking B12 gummies every day. Yeah, changed my life. Shout out to Nature Made. They changed the game. But hold on, I gotta chew this gummy. Um, something here about Melania Trump. Um, says Melania Trump's Jimmy Kimmel criticism backfires immediately as people bring receipts. This article was wrote on April 28th of this year. Says Melania Trump's, how do you say her name? Melania or Melania?
Melania.
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 Melania. Okay. Melania Trump's criticism of TV host Jimmy Kimmel has been met with calls of hypocrisy and the receipts that show it. In a post on social media, the First Lady has criticized Kimmel's, in quote, hateful and violent rhetoric, labeled him as a, in quote, coward, and called for the TV network to, in quote, take a stand. What did Jimmy Kimmel say about Melania Trump? Last week, late night TV host made a joke about the First Lady, suggesting she had a, in quote, a glow like an expectant widow. The sketch aired days before a gunfire incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, April
Can
25th.
can we just pause and point out that is a shitty thing to say, an expectant widow. That is that is horrible when you think about it. So like you
Um,
gotta think constantly, your husband's gonna get killed. He's gonna die. You can never forget that. Always keep in mind there is a threat, a clear and present danger to his life. Expect to be a widow by the end of his term, right?
or
If
after,
you
but
expand out what he said, that one sentence, that's what he's really saying. You should expect your husband to be killed imminently. And then there was an assassination attempt.
yeah, days later.
But
Um,
the article is just kind of brushing that aside. It's like Kimmel just
yeah,
said said a thing and she's getting angry for no reason. It's like, I mean, freedom of speech, yeah, but that doesn't mean freedom from getting called out for shitty speech. So
yeah.
sorry to interject. That was just, I didn't want to continue on and just gloss over that. I wanted to point that out.
I thought you would, so it was expected. Um, the rest of the article, it says on his Monday night show, Kimmel explained the joke and was in relation to Melania and Donald Trump's age difference, 56 and 79, respectively, and was, in quote, not by any sketch of the definition a call to assassination. In a post on social media, Melania Trump has criticized Kimmel's, in quote, hateful and violent rhetoric, labeled him as a coward. They're just reading it over. She wrote, Kimmel's hateful and violent rhetoric is intended to
Uh,
divide our
Rhetoric,
country.
just,
Rhetoric
yeah,
uh, is
just plain.
intended to divide our country. His monologue about my family isn't comedy. His words are corrosive and deepens the political sickness within America. End quote. People like Kimmel shouldn't have the opportunity to enter our homes each evening to spread hate. She continued, enough is enough. It is time for ABC to take a stand. How many times will ABC's leadership enable Kimmel's atrocious behavior at the expense of our community? But it did not take long for people to point out that the rhetoric coming from none other than her own husband is pretty violent itself. End quote. This is your husband, by the way. Someone posted along with a screen grab of Trump's celebrating the death of Robert Mueller. Trump saying Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. Wow. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Uh, President Donald Trump. He really posted that. Anyhow, another shared a screenshot of racist depiction Trump's post of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes and pointed out, end quote, your own husband posted this, by the way. That is, anyhow, someone else responded, end quote, quiet, piggy, infamously quoting what Donald Trump said to a female reporter during her job. You know this guy? Asked another, you know, end quote, you know this guy, asked another who shared a screenshot of Trump sharing a post which called for Democrats to be hanged. Hmm.
Can I, another quick observation?
Oh, I was done.
Okay, perfect timing then. Um, Everything that followed that um observation, that first observation that I made, the hypocrisy, and then all of the examples. Um, we've brought this up before, but what aboutism, right? It's not addressing anything about what Melania specifically said um, about Kimmel. That was the issue that the article was ostensibly about, right? And then they said critics were quick to call out Trump's, right? So Melania said something. What about Trump? What about it? What about that? When the issue was Kimmel making statements to and about Melania that really are distasteful at best. Um, so I don't really, I mean, Trump, I'm not
It's
here to defend Trump. I'm not a MAGA person. I'm not even a registered Republican, as I've said before on here. I veer conservative, but I'm not going to defend everything that Trump said. So, what about Trump? Who cares? Red herring. Doesn't matter. Doesn't affect anything about Jimmy Kimmel's comments about Melania, which were the point, right? So,
right.
this is again, this is just misdirection. It's
Yeah.
what,
All of the comments are absolutely atrocious, if you ask me, from both Trump and from Jimmy Kimmel.
yeah. I mean, Trump,
Jimmy, I think Jimmy's just comedy. Sometimes comedians go far, but
is
yeah, you
he
can't let
comedy
it get
then?
to you.
Really? Is he? Or are we just told that he's funny? If you try listening to Jimmy Kimmel without like the audience applause on demand in the studio or without a laugh track, is he really that funny? Is he?
It
Little.
depends on everyone's opinion. I mean,
It's like,
everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm sure there's a lot of people that think that he's funny.
I mean, sure, but
He says some funny
take that
things time
away.
to time.
And some funny things sometimes doesn't mean he's funny.
He always
Doesn't
goes
make
too
him.
far.
All
He
comedians
doesn't.
go too far.
Well,
Yeah, he said something
no,
about the Charlie Kirk.
say
Yeah,
that. Well, I don't
he
know. That's a
was
thing.
his show was off for days when he said that Charlie Kirk comment. he always goes too far. So yeah, he's back on now, and
He
he's
doesn't
still
always go
back
too
on.
far. He occasionally latches on to an opportunity for shock value and gets attention for that, but otherwise his show and he himself are generally unnoteworthy.
That's your
He's
I
opinion,
got
though.
you.
Yeah, that's the yeah.
I'm
I
just saying,
never
just because that's your opinion doesn't make it a fact.
right, but yeah, I don't care. I know it's my opinion.
Just like my
Um,
opinion of Donald Trump doesn't make it everyone's opinion of Donald Trump, or,
I don't, yeah, I never presented that as absolute truth. I'm just saying if
well,
you
you're making a
watch,
statement.
yeah, if you watch Kimmel without the laugh track and without the applause, I mean, try it sometime. See if it's as funny as you thought it was before. It's like I mean, it's
I'll
like
put his
watching.
show is
There's there's
funny.
uh there's videos, shorts on YouTube of like Big Bang Theory with the laugh track taken out. And you watch that. Like, how funny is Big Bang Theory actually if you don't have the laugh track behind every single one of their jokes? And it's just kind of like these actors and playing these characters, and then they just make a kind of awkward statement and stand there and look at each other and then, go on and then make another awkward statement. And, one of them looks exasperated. It's just, I don't
It's
know.
TV.
I don't know. There's some comedians actually have some substance behind their viewpoints. And
Okay,
I've
But
never seen Kimmel that one.
it's still just their
he's
viewpoint.
Right, but I've never seen Kimmel that way. And I don't think that he's ever been a good nighttime like host. And this, latching onto this opportunity, I mean, both distasteful and not funny. I don't know. Calls for taking
I
them off the
complete
air. Yeah, like
I
MSNBC
completely
could
agree
find,
that it was
like,
distasteful.
MSNBC
I
could
agree
find
there.
like half a dozen other individuals who were far funnier than Jimmy Kimmel to take that nighttime slot. But I don't know, late night comedy TV shows like that are dying, have been for a long time. Viewership is down,
Mm.
and I mean, that's part of why they can only get Jimmy Kimmel to go there because all of the money for talented comedians is somewhere else.
Wow. Um,
YouTube
yeah,
or tours,
I
being
was just
tied
saying that
down to
sometimes it's
to
funny.
a nightly job in front of a handful of people who only clap because they're told to is not how the big, like, real heavy hitters of comedy make money.
Okay, he's not a
Right.
stand-up comedian, but I'll just say I like his show. It has nothing to do with what he said. I still like his show outside
I
of
don't know. He's
what he
just,
said.
I'm
He's
just
not a stand-up comedian, so I don't expect him to have like
like,
everything he
I
says
would
be
be a
funny.
member. Wasn't there a sketch or something, the Haters Club? Haters Ball.
The haters ball.
Yeah, I'd just pick people that, man, Jimmy Kimmel, Neil deGrasse Tyson, Elon Musk. Yeah, you know,
Who's
why?
on your
Well,
top
I'll give
five
you a
hated
dozen
list?
reasons. Are they actually meaningful or relevant or like objectively, like universally true? Probably not. But still, it's
I
not going to
don't think
stop me.
there's not one comedian out there that everyone universally thinks is hilarious. There is somebody that's going to not like them, disagree with them, and think they say shitty stuff.
Norm Macdonald.
Never heard of him, but
You never
Um,
heard of Norm Macdonald?
no,
Me either.
I don't typically
No.
watch a lot of comedy,
Um,
so
his yeah. Well, I mean, he did a couple things, but his comedy, yeah. I mean, he was like, I don't know. You gotta look him up, and his content. It was like he's like the only stand-up comic who could actually get away with doing like an entire set of like dad jokes and actually
Does
but
make the
not everyone
entire.
thinks dad jokes are funny.
Well, no, but he pulls it off. I know you
That's
say
my whole
that.
point.
Well, I know you say that, but he's not offensive. He said like without pissing someone off, without saying something shitty. His dad jokes. He's never been like
That
shit
doesn't
on
make him
anyone.
funny,
He's funny. Yeah, he's funny. Everyone. He's
in
all
your
like
opinion.
when like you all when other comics all point to him as being one of the greatest of all time, that's a better indicator of actual talent than just my opinion, man. 'Cause yeah, I know. That's just like my opinion, man. Yeah.
um
But here, hold
You
on.
don't
Let
like
me
me
see.
pointing out that you're just talking from your opinion and
No,
your
I know. I
viewpoint.
love it. It's cool. It's great. I don't care. I know I'm talking out of my ass that none of this is objectively true. That's not going to stop me. When is that ever? You've watched this show before. You know what I'm
I
like.
know,
Yeah.
but you
Just,
state
I
everything as
love
if
just
it's a fact.
well, I state everything that I think.
Well,
And
other people can state what
if
they
I
think,
don't
and you
get
don't have to
called
tell them
out
that they're
as it
wrong.
being bullshit, then I won't know that I was wrong. Right? I
so
don't,
But
you,
if
so
just
you
because
go back and
somebody
watch.
agrees with does just because somebody doesn't agree with you doesn't mean that they're wrong.
Yes, I know, but unless they can actually meet a burden of proof that will convince me that I was wrong, I'm not going to change my mind. I'm not going to roll over just for no reason. I mean, what would be
How
the
would you
point of that?
how would anyone objectively prove that to you though when it
No, it
comes to
doesn't
Jimmy
need to be
Kimmel?
objective. It's just
You
there's
just said it did.
well, okay, the objective part shouldn't have been in that sentence, but there's a certain burden of proof for anything, that I can't quantify specifically with a number. But if someone can show to me with evidence that convinces me that I was wrong, I change my mind. I'm not,
I've
but
seen that. I know.
a lot of times that burden of proof is so high that somebody just thinks I'm an ideologue. And I mean, fine,
I
but
figured you'd say that.
just because someone can't convince me doesn't mean I can't be convinced, right? Does
Okay.
that follow too?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I feel what you're saying. Um,
So, I mean,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't.
No, you can have an
You're
opinion.
good.
That yeah.
Everyone's entitled to their opinion.
I mean,
Opinions are like assholes. Everyone's got one and they all stink.
not all opinions stink though.
A lot of people's opinions do.
A lot of
um
people stink.
It's just a saying my dad always said
Yeah,
growing up.
I know. I just got to give everybody a hard
oh
time,
man.
especially if
I
they
know.
just give me a hard time. You
Not
know,
everyone can take it. Not
that's
everybody's
how
built
you
for a
can
hard
tell I
time.
like you. If I piss you off, I don't intentionally piss people off if I don't like them.
You're not pissing me off at all.
Well, I'm trying. I'll get there.
Good to know.
Just
A good
wait. I'll
try.
get there.
I got something here though. It says Um, Trump's face on U.S. passports sparks outrage amongst critics. This is not patriotism. Article from April 29th, 2026. Donald Trump has been slammed by critics on social media after reports emerged that he is planning to add his face to the U.S. passport. It's the latest incident of Trump's adding either his name or his likeliness onto the objects in U.S. institutions. After adding his face to the U.S. national parks passes and inserting his name onto the John F. Kennedy Center of Performing Arts as the bulwark, um, as the bulwark reports, the State Department is reportedly finalizing a radical redesign of the passport. The White House also posted about the planned passports, adding the caption "Patriotism Passport Unlocked." Um,
So they want
according
us to
to,
become the United States of Trump.
I guess, there's a picture of it here, but I'll keep reading. It says, according to reports, the new passports will feature and his a picture of Trump from his second inaugural portrait. Portrait. It is believed that the new design will begin to be issued this summer. A State Department official was quoted by CNN as saying that the passport featuring Trump's face, end quote, will be default passport out of Washington Passport Agency when available. For people renewing their passports in person, online options, or other locations will maintain existing passport design they added. It's safe to say the news has gone down incredibly badly among Trump critics on social media. Commenter Hassan wrote, every day, every fucking day, it's something new with this narcissist wannabe dictator. Mary L. Trump, Trump's niece and outspoken critic, wrote, I've never been so relieved to have already renewed my passport. Another person says, boy, I'd be mad as hell if I had to carry around a Trump passport for 10 years. LMAO. Aaron Rupar wrote, the United States is becoming East North Korea. Wow. Another joked that that'll bring down gas prices. Yeah, right. Mike Levin wrote, you've got to be kidding me. His signature in gold, superimposed over the Declaration of Independence, a document literally written to get away from this exact behavior. This is not patriotism. It is vanity. Mm, okay. And that was it. But
Is it gold
yeah,
plated too?
it's gold plated, wrote in gold. Well, his signature. Wow.
I hate him. I really do. And what he is doing was trying to slap his name, picture, or gold plate everything in this fucking country is ridiculous. It's not the United States of Trump, it's the United States of America. And as that comment said, that's exactly what we were trying to get away from when this country was created. Why are we letting it go back that way?
Yeah. I send you the link for the article so you can see that picture of him that they're putting in it. Yeah, the picture is hilarious. It's that angry face. Yeah.
Well, that's
So
fucking terrible.
It's like,
yeah,
so
the
what? Like, why does it
smug look.
matter? It works the same either way. Just don't open your passport to look at it every day, and it won't be an issue constantly. And
But why does he feel the need to put his face on everything?
Because he's a narcissist. Everybody's known that for a long time. Why is anybody surprised by this even at all?
I'm
Like,
not. I
who
knew he'd do some shit.
cares?
I'm not
Who
surprised, but it's
cares?
still,
Just,
it's like he's trying to
it's,
dismantle this
it's,
country.
it's like he's trolling the entire country. It's like he's trying to piss the Democrats off, and it's working. They're letting him, and he's probably just laughing about it. Like, honestly, it's so stupid, so small, so petty, such a small thing to get pissed over. And they are so pissed. Like, come on. It's just a
People don't want
passport.
to get it.
It's just a passport. You can't leave the country without it. So what? Like, you need it? You don't like I mean, it's like refusing to spend $20 bills because of Andrew Jackson's face on it. And you don't like Jackson. Like, they spend the
My,
same. You need them.
I don't know
They
anything about that
work
guy.
either way. I don't know. I may even have the president wrong. There's a guy, is it? Who's on the $20 bill? I don't know. Whatever. Or
No
the
idea.
$100 bill. If you don't like Benjamin Franklin refusing to use $100 bills, you know, I guess not many people use $100 bills in their daily lives either, but whatever. Cash money. If you don't like whoever is on it, it still spends the same. It works the same. It doesn't matter unless you make it matter to you. It's not offensive unless you let yourself be offended by it. So just don't. Who cares? You're giving the
I, I
narcissist power by getting all up in arms about it. If nobody reacted like this to him, he'd probably, if that would probably piss him off. If you want to piss Trump off, just treat him like he's a normal, everyday person and like all of his big ego projects are just routine. Come on. Don't feed
you
into
don't
the
agree that
narcissist ego.
you don't agree that he's doing things that are fucking this country up?
I mean, sure, but like every president has had people who've thought that things were getting fucked up. And I mean, it swings back and forth. I don't know. Like I said, I don't
um
support Trump. I'm not a MAGA cult person. I don't support him but some things,
He's trying to make it to where he can remain in office like much longer than it was written into our Constitution. That
yeah,
right
he's
there
trying
is
to
like trying to be a dictator. Now, I
I
mean,
don't think
he's,
he's not gonna succeed at that. And even that, I don't think he's actually gonna.
but doesn't that piss you off that he's trying to dismantle the democracy of this country
I don't
little
think
by
that he's
little?
actually even seriously trying to dismantle the democracy. No more than
Seems
any
that
other
way.
president has. There's always been a gradual erosion of the executive orders. They've been abused. Obama abused them. Biden abused them. It's like, who cares?
That's
It's
different than changing like the whole Constitution and shit that he's
well,
trying
that's
to
not
do.
going to happen. He can't do that. It's not
You
going to
don't know
happen.
that he's not going to. If he
I do
gets enough
know that he's
votes,
not going to do that. He's not going to happen. He'd have to get more than half of the Democrat senators
he's
in
he's
Congress to flip sides, and they wouldn't even stand and clap for
oh
him during
no.
the State of the Union.
he's trying to get the terms longer. He said no president can do anything in 4 years,
I
or
mean,
hell.
sure, I can agree with that statement as long as it doesn't get enacted until he's already out of office. If 48 has a longer presidential term, and that's fairly voted into office and passed, right? If it passes both houses of Congress that, presidential terms are extended from 4 to 6 years starting next presidential election cycle, what's the problem with that?
It's not what he's
Get your
trying to do, though,
passports
as far as
today.
I'm concerned.
Well, sure. I mean, I don't care, but I mean, you said lengthen the presidential terms. So, that was, what's the problem with doing that?
He was
I
already
mean,
elected when he didn't win the fucking popular vote, which I think is wrong. So, I mean, the things he's doing, I think, are very bad for the country. And I'm not saying that he hasn't done some things that are good, but
well, which
he
things
is,
specifically are bad? Just,
I am not good at
Uh,
politics, to be honest
yeah,
with you,
no
because
comment.
well, no, I mean, I'm not
since
trying
he
to
came
start an
into this,
argument back and forth or explode. You're saying you think you're doing a lot of bad,
he's
but what bad though? What are, I know that that's not an uncommon position. I know that there's a lot of things that people dislike, but what is it that you dislike?
No
I just
comment.
feel like it's an overall erosion of how this country was built.
But
And
what
he's trying to take the power away from the people and put it all in his pocket. I
which
can't give you
erosions though?
specifics.
Well, but
He's already taken away like the right to a woman to have control over her own body. I mean,
well,
in a
I
bunch of
mean,
states, people can't even go get an abortion, whether it's to save their life or not. They're worried about a baby that's not born. Why shouldn't a woman
I
have
don't know.
control over her own body?
Medical technology at this point is such that it's extremely, extremely rare for um, the woman's life to be in jeopardy because of a child, such that the child has to be killed and cannot be, neonatal technology. We have saved babies, you know, weeks old. Killing it is not necessary. It's not the answer
I believe there was a
necessarily.
case, I don't remember what state it was in, but abortion was made illegal and a woman nearly died because she was not able to go get the appropriate medical treatment for herself.
I mean, there are extreme circumstances, extreme cases, but I mean, in many scenarios, it's the fringe extremes that kind of prove the rule. Like how many other, like there's,
Would you like
um,
the president to take away your body autonomy and tell you
uh,
what you can and can't do with it? Because that's what's happening to us.
would you like to have not been born just because your mother didn't? Because I mean, like the right to life argument essentially on my end comes down to at what point is a a human, right? Where does human life begin? And I say conception because anything else seems just basically arbitrary. Any other point other than conception, you just keep asking why, okay, why that point? Why that point? You know, and
I'm not saying there needs to be drive-through abortion clinics,
no,
but
but you're saying that there needs to be abortion clinics, and I'm saying those are killing human lives.
I'm
I
not saying there
say,
need to be abortion clinics. I'm saying that women should have a right to decide about their own health care. And he
yeah,
is eroding those rights.
I just say women should be able to they should be able to do what they want with their body. Yeah, if you don't want it, I mean, you don't want it, and you're
I
basically
mean,
telling them they
so
have
yeah,
to,
so
and then it's going to
um,
turn into the '80s where
why
people
does
throwing
that
babies in the
end
garbage.
at the birth
Or
canal
coat hanger
then? If a
abortions.
mom wants, just doesn't want it after it's born, why doesn't she get to just toss it? Why is there an obligation to keep it alive only after it has exited her body?
Why
Why should she have
should
to be pregnant?
If she's
Okay, I
incapable
mean,
of taking care of a child and she knows that, then why should she be forced to go through that?
put it up for
Why should she be
adoption.
forced to go through
There's crisis pregnancy
abortion?
centers. There are lots of options,
But that's still forcing her to go through a pregnancy that she doesn't want.
right?
So that's
Well,
a
I
man
mean,
making medical decisions for
there
a
are
woman.
consequences for actions. I mean, I don't know.
But dads get off the hook all the time. Oh, it's
And
not
they
my kid.
shouldn't. That's horrible. They shouldn't.
Um,
Like making mothers, forcing mothers to be single parents, because of like absolute absentee fatherism is terrible. It is terrible for the children. The like studies have found the outcomes for children in two-parent homes, where the father is present throughout the childhood are far better than single-parent homes where, the mother
Yes.
is left without the father. Yeah, it should not be. I don't
But
know. It's
should the government decide on your medical care?
should the
No matter
government
what it
decide
is.
on your right to exist in the first place?
You're already here and I'm already here. So do you think that the
Well, no,
government should
no,
be
no,
able
no,
to
no, no, no,
decide
no,
on your
no, no, no,
medical
no, no,
care?
no, no, no. But that's dodging the point. That's just deflection. Should the government have the right to decide whether you exist in the first place?
No.
no.
So why does the government get to decide whether I mean, you should,
Whether I what? I've already had to fight the government over my health care more than once. You're not going to change my mind on this. They should not
no,
have a say
I
in it.
know, I
It should
know,
be
I'm not
between me and my doctors.
right. And I don't think that I mean, yeah, well, I've stated my pro-life position. I can't
I'm not,
go any further than that, really, without
and I
seeming
respect that.
judgmental.
I respect that you would not have an abortion. I would not have an abortion either. But I still feel like I deserve to have the right to make that choice. I should not have that right taken away from me. And Donald Trump has made it to where
Well,
there's a lot of states in this country where women do not have the right to make that decision for
but
themselves.
right, but I don't think that I disagree with that. I don't think that women should have the right to commit murder. And like I said, my pro-life position, I don't see any way that, without making some arbitrary distinction for the purposes of convenience, that you can't say that life doesn't begin at conception and that a human life is right there from the get-go. It's a distinct genetic code. It's its own genetic code in it, encapsulated within the placenta, protects it from the mother's immune system. If it weren't for that, the mother's own immune system would recognize it as an infection or a foreign body and would attack it,
They would
destroy it,
attack it.
Yeah, so it's distinct, it's different. It's not the mother's body. It is protected from the mother's body. It is separate from the mother's body and it's its own distinct, complete human genetic code growing and building. How is that
I
not a
totally
human?
see your point. I
How is
totally
that not a
understand your
human?
point.
And why does the mother get to decide that that human life exists or not?
This isn't just about abortion, though, Mark. This is about a lot of things. He's taking
It's about women's
decisions away from
rights.
people all the time.
We were talking about abortion. Now it sounds like you're talking about a whole bunch of other stuff. What other rights? What other things? I
That
mean,
was I used abortion as an example.
so what now? Are we going to just go topic by topic through everything that Trump is doing and discuss them? Or I thought we were
I just
discussing pro,
we're not going to agree on the abortion thing. I
no,
can
I
tell you that
know.
right now. But I just it's not just women's rights, it's disabled people's rights. He's taking away funding from Medicare, Medicaid, all kinds of shit.
What disabled rights are being taken away?
He's affecting our abilities to be able to get disability and making things much more difficult for disabled people to live their lives.
Yeah.
He's constantly
Um,
mocking disabled people. I mean, I just,
I mean, those aren't rights, though. Those are
the right to
benefits.
health care.
Those are benefits. And the mocking, as distasteful as it is, disabled people don't have a right to be free from mockery. As shitty as it
um,
is, free
I
speech,
was
right to
told that next
information
year
is not
my
a good
insurance will
person.
be
We all know that.
gone. I need that.
Really?
Yeah.
My
Next
insurance has
year,
been changed.
next
Yeah.
year I cannot have Medi-Cal unless you are disabled or a child or an old person. Yes, they're taking that away. There will
Medi-Cal?
be no health
Isn't
care.
that
I will have to
California?
pay for my appointments and I will have to pay for my medication. January 3rd of next year.
Mine
But
already
I mean,
changed.
you say
Have
Medi-Cal.
reduced. I do not have Medi-Cal. I have Medicare, and I am already having to pay more money out of pocket because of changes that he has enacted,
Yeah.
which is
I
making it
mean,
much harder for
I
me to live.
am I am too. I'm paying more too. But I mean, but Pookie, you said Medi-Cal though. Is that not state of California?
It is state of California health insurance, but it's being
So
taken away next year. You have to be disabled. You
you should
have to.
blame Governor Newsom for that, not Donald Trump. Trump is over the
Uh,
Fed.
I blame the system.
Yeah, well,
Period.
you should know which politician to be blaming. If you're blaming Trump for something that California's governor is doing, then that's a problem. Um, you know, he's
Um,
also cutting Medicare too. I'm not saying that's not happening either, but you shouldn't blame the loss of Medi-Cal benefits on Trump.
I wasn't.
He's
I
gutting
was just
Medicare
agreeing
and
with her.
Medicaid.
Okay.
I was just agreeing with her when she said they're having the healthcare
Ben
thing. I
benefits.
wasn't going against Trump. I was telling you they're taking away my Medi-Cal. Uh,
Okay. Yeah,
That's basically like California's Medicaid, right?
right.
yeah, that's basic insurance. People who go to the hospital all over the place in California,
But
you can use your
California's
Medi-Cal.
California's financial system has been a mess for a long time. It's been falling apart. It's been collapsing. The tax revenue can't make up for the benefits that they're paying out to people that are being voted in. It's there's a reason that a lot of the big tech industries are leaving California. You know, SpaceX moved from California to Texas and Florida. I mean, they were in Florida before, but they launched from Vandenberg as needed, but they don't do all the, build all their rockets and everything. They're not launching Starship from Vandenberg ever. They're building their whole star base for themselves in Texas because Texas has, low taxes and um yeah, I don't know. There's an outpouring of California residents who can't afford to leave are all going, taking their big tax revenue out. So California is drastically underfunded at this point, has been for a while. Um,
Um, I don't know about any of that. I'm just stating that my insurance will be gone.
yeah.
According to Google, it says as of May 2nd, 2026, the administration of Donald Trump, who took office in January of 2025, has implemented several policies affecting benefits and rights.
Yeah.
Focus
Yeah,
on
that's what they told us at the place. That
deregulation,
it was Donald Trump, not.
restricting certain gender-related care, and changing retirement access alongside proposals to alter SSI.
I mean,
He's doing a lot of
pre-adolescent
stuff to fuck over a lot of people.
Yeah,
pre-adolescents
so she
shouldn't
just
be
told you
given
that has nothing to do with Newsom.
pre-adolescents shouldn't be given puberty blockers to begin with. So that I don't see as rights. I see that as protection of the children there. Um, the gender affirming care. Adults
It's
do what they want.
gender-related care, meaning like
Right.
in relation to women, not just trans
No,
people.
no, 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 no. But the gender affirming care is what you said in
I
that list.
no,
Gender
no, it
affirming
says
care is the
it says
trans.
gender-related care.
Okay,
Yeah.
If I said affirming, I did not mean to. It says
okay.
gender-related care.
Maybe I misheard. Okay, yeah.
Um, there's a comment here from Mark, and it says they go up every day from Vandenberg, almost every day.
Yeah, there's lots of them.
Yeah.
I only get notices on the big ones that go up over there.
Yeah. You were saying they don't use it as much. So that's where that comment came from.
All right,
Uh,
and they're not going to be launching Starship from Vandenberg. They've got the infrastructure for the Falcon 9s, but they don't have plans to like over here at Cape Canaveral, they're building out one of the launch pads to support Starship. They're getting the chopsticks and everything. They're going to be launching Super Heavy here in Florida soon. So that'll be cool.
everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up and subscribe button. And yesterday, me and Mark were talking about body farm for composition. You said you wanted to talk about that body farming. A body farm is a specialized forensic research facility known as an anthropological
Logical.
research. My tongue gets tongue tied sometimes. Research facility where humans' decomposition is studied in outdoor settings, founded by Dr. William Bass in 1972 at the University of Tennessee. These sites allow scientists to observe decay in various conditions, providing crucial data for determining time of death, identifying remains, and solving criminal cases. So yeah, when I brought it up yesterday, I forgot what you said in particular, but I said we can talk about it today. And I was also talking about like if you use that as composition for like a garden, I think I might have said
Compost.
that before. That would be gross. If you like grow your strawberries with the composition of a
Grandma.
human, uh,
The grandma's strawberries.
maybe if you grew a tree, but I couldn't grow something like a watermelon and pick it up out of the ground and dig in remains, basically. Yeah, that was a topic that you said you wanted to talk about, Mark. That's the reason I brought that one up.
We did talk about it last night, though. I thought on the live stream last night, right?
Yeah, and I said we talk about it today, and you said okay. We didn't go too far into it because of that. But yeah, there's a lot of other stuff I got. I think I was talking about like drug expiration dates. How do you base that? Because the pills I get, they usually have the date I get them, and they expire 1 year later. So do
I
you?
actually,
Go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say, I know of a pharmacist that has told me that as long as they don't smell weird or like change in texture or start falling apart, they're probably good, but they may have lost some of their effectiveness. So they're not as potent. but I don't think they don't actually like expire like that. They just put the 1 year on them from the pharmacies to cover their ass, basically.
Yeah. Discard after. So I should discard of these. Oh shit, that date's coming up. I didn't know that.
What are they?
Clobazam.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Didn't notice that. Good thing I noticed it now.
yeah, I think the 1 year is basically just a like across the board rule of thumb with any of these stuff. Like all of the dispensary stuff that I get also. Anytime I buy it, it also, when they print out the label, it says expiration date. It's like exactly 1 year from whenever I buy it. Or, I mean, I think that or a couple of the dispensaries have like harvest date recorded for that particular batch, and then they'll set an expiration date 1 year after the harvest date. So it's I don't know.
Um,
It's not like it just stops working. And even the loss of potency, I think, is pretty negligible, especially if
I,
it's stored in a sealed bottle in air conditioning. Um, yeah.
my pills are in the room on a shelf. Not very well air conditioned. But
I
I got an
I
article
have
here.
heard tell of firsthand accounts of 50-year-old tabs of LSD being discovered in old articles of clothing
Mm.
and being found to be of the highest quality still. They made really, really nice acid tabs back in the 60s.
I mean, drugs is different.
It's not
I'd
that
smoked
different. It's
I'd
still,
smoked some weed from 2019 with no
yeah,
problem.
yeah, man.
Um,
Yeah, especially if you get one of those like those little Bovita humidity control packs and stuff and seal it in a little jar with that, get it a little re re cured, you know,
um,
burn up nice.
I got something here about the medications. It says, don't be tempted to use expired medicines. Taking expired, out of date drugs carries certain risks. Out with the olds, be it the fresh start of a new year or a spring cleaning, consumers are encouraged to take stock of what has surpassed its usefulness. Medicines are Medicines are no exception. In 1979, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration began requiring an expiration date on prescription over-the-counter medicines. The expiration date is a critical part of deciding the product's safe to use and will work as intended. The expiration date can be found printed on the label or stamped onto a bottle or carton, sometimes following EXP. It is important to know to stick with the expiration date on your medicine. Using expired medicines is risky and possibly harmful to your health. So, their suggestion we don't. This is from the FDA. Actually, it's from their website. So, that's where this article's from.
I have a bunch
So,
of stuff I need to get rid of. I know that.
I, government warnings have never stopped me from anything before.
yeah, you're the one that told me to keep the nasalium, so I still got it. It
I mean,
expired in 2024.
yeah, maybe I was wrong about it. The propellant and everything. I don't know. If you can get a refill, maybe play it safe. I don't know. But I wouldn't. I would. For me personally, my personal health that I don't value as much as most people do, um, I would keep them. But don't take my
It's
bladder advice.
it's Nasalium from 2024 in August. So that's almost 2 years old. And you still use it? I still got it only because I thought it was funny that you said keep it. Uh,
I mean, if it comes down to it and I feel I need a nasal dose and all I have is 2024, I'm going to use it. It's better than nothing. Worst case scenario, I'm already having a seizure. What can be, if I'm in the middle of a cluster, I'll just, and then eventually it'll be over, just like normal. But I'll
Andrea,
probably be, best case scenario, I'll be dopey and
how do
have a
you
good
feel
nap.
about expired meds, Andrea?
I have a
Use? No?
big old I have a big old shelf full of stuff that just from different dosage changes or they took me off of this and put me on that. But I typically just try to use my oldest meds first.
Um,
But I hang on to them just in case.
yeah, like when they call, will let me know that I have medication ready, like the refill. I usually finish the ones I'm on first. Um, but I have
That's how I
sometimes
do it.
opened the bottle because I didn't know where the other one was, and then I find the other one and keep using it, but it was never expired or anything like that. But I'm not for the taking expired meds. Maybe 6 months after, depending on what it is. Maybe if it's a tab, I'd take it maybe 4 to 6 months. But other than that, I'm no
But I've
scientist,
got
and I'd be thinking the worst.
I bet I've got some Kepra from 2020 back there on the shelf.
I got
I
some
just need
Kepler
to
from 2023, uh,
I just need to
and
throw it
some
out.
and some oxycarbazepine.
I got a bunch of that. What's up,
I
Mark?
was I was prescribed some of that, and then she called me and told me she sent me another prescription. It was like right after I picked it up. She called and told me don't take that because she's seen the records for my heart or something like that, and it's bad for my heart. And I was like, I just left the pharmacy, but I guess I'll go back in. And she sent something to them, and it was Keppra, and I was like, well, I'm not taking this. So been on lamotrigine, doing fine for. I mean, depends on your preference. I mean, what's fine to you? When I say I'm doing fine, I'm not having that many seizures a year. For the past 3 years, it's been 3 to 5. So I said I'm doing fine. Andrea's having one a year. That's fine. Doing fine, right?
Yeah, I'm 6 months out at least. Well, my last focal was about 6 months. My last TC was in the end of July. So, but my day to day isn't so much about seizures as it is all my other shit I've got going on. So some days are better than others.
Yeah. Um, yeah. Lost my brain, my thought of mine. Um, but I got another article here. Uh, we talked about it earlier. The 22 monks caught with 110 kilos trying to get on a freaking airplane. Oh, what's wrong with people? It wasn't in America, but that's a lot of weed discovered in their luggage, it says. Um,
Wait, how much? 20?
One thing I
it said
saw said like, go ahead.
110 kilos discovered in their luggage, it says. Luggage, like maybe, what the hell's wrong with people these days?
So that's 242.5 pounds for people who want it in real numbers.
Oh, wow.
That's a
That
That's
is
a
lot.
lot of weed.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
Um,
that's not a chill
I
weekend for 22 people.
they were going to go sell something. Uh, I'll read the article though. It says Sri Lankan monks arrested after 110 kilograms of cannabis discovered in their luggage. 22 monks have been arrested. Oh wow, it's gonna make me pay for this article. We're not doing that.
Okay. Well,
Find a free article.
There's one
Uh,
on New York Times.
oh yeah, it's like as soon as you started scrolling on the other one, they just decided to make me pay for it. I'm not gonna do that, but I got something here. The CNN gonna let me read the article.
yeah, here I got the New York Times. Yeah, and it's a quick one here. So a group of Buddhist monks, the group of Buddhist monks were arrested on Saturday at the country's main international airport after a trip to Thailand that the authorities said was a cover for narcotics trafficking. The Sri Lankan men, all Buddhist monks, arrived on Saturday at, I'm not even going to try to pronounce the name of that international
Funny to hear
airport.
you.
Huh?
I said it's funny to hear you try to pronounce things.
Benderen Nike Nike
Bandaranake, or maybe.
Benderen uh,
Bandar
Bend
Renaik.
Bend
That's something like that.
Aren Ike
For the people out there watching, it is spelled
Saturday
B.
at the international airport with school supplies and candy. But hidden within that cargo was nearly 247 pounds of cannabis products, according to the local authorities, who called it one of the largest drug seizures ever at the airport. The authorities arrested the 22 monks who were returning from Thailand on charges of possession of cannabis, which is illegal for recreational use in Sri Lanka, an island nation in southeast of India. The drugs were discovered in the bottoms of their suitcases and had been, quote, packaged very cleverly, according to the police spokesperson. Each person's suitcase contained about 11 pounds of illegal drugs, the police spokesperson said. The contraband included Kush, a strain of cannabis. Whoa. Hashish, and cannabis concentrate.
Asian
That's,
Kush.
yeah. Like
Nice.
Indo Kush. It's been a long time since I've seen like a landrace Kush strain offered at any dispensary here. Man, I miss the like the good old days when like you could recognize strains, you know?
They
And
just
it
Yeah.
make up
wasn't
names
all
now.
it wasn't
Yeah.
all bubblegum candy Skittles crossed with gelato mint mushroom onion gas
Nerds.
nerds
Yeah.
by
Um,
Khalifa. Um,
yeah.
yeah,
What do you think about the
but
weed being? That's a lot of weed. That's what I
that's a
think. I
lot of
think
weed. Yeah.
I think there's better ways.
They reported that the stash was worth about $3.45 million. The monks, many of them young men in their 20s, left Sri Lanka for a short trip to Thailand on April 22nd, according to the police. Their flights and accommodation had been paid for. Ooh, paid for by who? The
Right.
police said an unnamed businessman had sponsored the trip with the intention of trafficking narcotics. Sneaky. Another monk who had been waiting to pick the group up at the airport fled when he learned of the arrests, according to the spokesperson. Smart move. He was
Right.
arrested on Tuesday in a suburb of Colombo, Sri Lanka's largest city. That's a shame. He should have ran farther. The
Right.
monks, who were not identified by the authorities, appeared before a court on Sunday in a town close to the airport. Yeah, recreational cannabis is strictly banned in Sri Lanka. Convictions for drug trafficking there can be punished with fines, long prison sentences, or even the death penalty. The Sri Lankan
Oops.
authorities have announced other drugs arrests recently. A British woman, Charlotte May Lee, was detained there last year after authorities said they recovered more than 100 pounds of cannabis products in her suitcases. What? Miss Lee, who had arrived in Sri Lanka from Thailand, said these drugs were planted in her suitcase, the BBC and other outlets reported. Interesting, if true, right?
There's a lot of articles about it, so I did kind of think it was true. Uh, but there's a comment here from Jeff. It said, "I got an ounce of Havana Kush."
Nice.
Um, I think they just throw a name on it. Someone want their own strain, and
Yeah. And everything has become like hype strain crossed with hype strain crossed with hype strain until they're just like these weird like super potent optimized, for super potency or optimized for super pretty flowers or whatever, rather than just like actual reliable, repeatable, you know. These hype strains are all so fragile that it sounds like um they're so sensitive to growing conditions that they're like the outcomes are wildly different just depending on how well it was grown as opposed to kind of more robust genetics that could handle kind of less um
They're
um
just trying to make it more
misuse.
difficult for the home growers.
Well,
mm,
yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I got something here. It
Mm.
says that is an increasingly popular perspective shared by many consumers and researchers. Um, I googled weed. The weed strains are a joke. It says that is an increasingly popular perspective shared by many consumers and researchers. The general consensus among many is that the traditional in quote strains system is more about marketing than scientific reality. Here is the breakdown of why many people feel weed strains are a joke or a scam. Indica sativa is mostly myth. Studies have shown that the indica sativa divide is largely meaningless on a molecular level. Almost everything on the market is a hybrid. Arbitrary naming, strain names are often not reliable indicators of genetic
Real quick,
identity or chemical profile.
real quick, can I just point out the part of the reason that everything on the market now is hybrid is because um, there was a significant difference between like actual genetically pure indicas and actual genetically pure sativas in terms of how long it took them to mature from seed to fully harvestable mature flowers. And so I believe the sativas took like less than half the time to reach harvest. So they bred that and bred that and bred that and bred that until they got something that kind of made you feel drowsy, but it flowered in that so that they could crank out harvests quicker and quick, the less time between harvests, the more money any particular grow makes with the same amount of energy and resources put into it. So that, and then there's another that, like the autoflower, that genetics comes from a third strain of cannabis that, a largely wild strain, but it doesn't produce the same sort of intoxicating effects like the indica sativas um, had, but its advantage comes in the form of its uh, auto flowering. It doesn't, you don't have to mess with the lighting period and the day-night cycle in order to try to trick the plant into thinking you've gone from spring through summer into fall, and now it's time to put out the big full flowers and stuff. So you don't have a flowering lighting cycle. The plants grow and just automatically flower for you. So once you get those genetics in there and the quick um, maturing time from the sativa and whatever, um, that indica has been diluted however many times. Yeah, everything is just a massive soup of hybrids. Um, and you can tell a lot of that just by virtue of the features of the seeds, the genetics of seeds that you're buying from. If you're in a state that allows home growing and you can buy seeds and like legally and they're being offered, if you see um, a long maturing time, that's going to be less sativa genetics in it and more likely to be a heavier indica genetics, more and if that also does not auto flower, then that really is highly indica. But anytime you see the auto flower, it's got that diluted in it. Anytime you see short flowering time, it's got that. So um, yeah, the genetics are fascinating, but kind of depressing at the same time. I mean, I miss me some Hindu Kush, you know. I can see why those monks were trying to get the good stuff right from the wild plants, right?
Um, yeah, when I was reading the um,
Oh, sorry, I interrupted you.
uh,
Oh, I'm
next
sorry.
time I'm just gonna finish because it really wasn't
Just
that
gonna
much.
just keep talking over me and hold your hand up to the camera and I'll try to get the hint.
Okay.
Eventually you'll have me trained. I can be housebroken. It just takes, I'm a stubborn
Gonna
one.
put your nose in it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
oh wow. Yeah, let me read the rest of this. It says arbitrary naming. Strain names are often not reliable indicators of genetic identity or chemical profile. Different dispensaries may sell different products under the same name. Subjective highs. The, the effects people experience are highly subjective and influenced by factors beyond just the label, including individual tolerance and expectations. The marketing focus. Many strain names are created for marketing purposes and don't reflect the actual genetic lineage. The real difference are subtle. While there are differences between cannabis types, there are more about the specific terpene profiles and cannabinoid ratios than the strain name itself. Instead of focusing on strains, experts often suggest considering the specific terpenes and cannabinoids present in the product for a better idea of its effects. Ah. So basically, they could just tell you the terpenes and you don't have to worry about knowing if it's a sativa or an indica.
I mean, to an extent, but everybody reacts differently to any given thing, and that applies to the terpenes also. So you kind of got to figure out what you know gets you where you need to be, and that can be kind of um, a long process because there's no simple direct sampling test or anything to figure it out. You gotta trial and error. This eighth that I bought has these terpenes and smoke it and kind of see how you feel and try to subjectively figure out, is this good? Is this not good? Is this where I want to go? What were the terpenes there? And try to make a note of that. And then, the next one and look at that. And it's just like it's a major pain in the ass. It really, I don't know.
Um,
It'd be really
What
cool
when
terpenes?
if it, huh?
I was just gonna say, what terpenes do you prefer?
Um, I don't remember. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Myrcene, Myrcine. Um, that's a calming one, a sedating one. Um, it's also one of the few that's been found to actually actively increase the potency of the actual THC that's present. Um, by virtue of aiding it, the myrcene itself assists in the THC crossing the blood-brain barrier. So it does actually help you you know, get more stoned or medicated.
when it comes to
So
me, like when I get weed from the dispensary, I get weed that I can smoke, one to help me sleep, which doesn't work, but it just gets me loaded. Uh, one I could smoke while we're here, so I'm here and I'm not tired. It's a sativa, and yeah, I mean they usually work because I was looking at old episodes, and there would be old episodes, and my eyes would be so closed by like 9 o'clock. Uh, so now smoking a sativa, my eyes aren't all squinted, and not that it was messing me up. I could see perfect, but yeah, it works. The guy, I told him I need something for sleep, and he gave me something that doesn't make me sleep, but it helps my mom sleep. But the insomnia, no weed is gonna beat that. Depending on, I have to smoke a lot. Sometimes it works, but usually the insomnia just is fought with the weed, and it's usually smoke a lot and never end up falling asleep. Yeah, even when I just tell myself lay down. But yeah, it soothes me. It has calming vibes or soothing vibes, I should say. Um, Anybody out there watching, press thumbs up and subscribe. Yeah,
does
basically, he
it
told
do
me the
any
ones that
like
work.
do any
And
minor cannabinoids help you? Like CBN, CBG? I've heard that CBG is really good for sleep, really helpful for calming. It's not like intoxicating, but it really helps. And I think CBD is also supposed to. If you're after sleep and not just getting loaded, um, some of the minor cannabinoids, or if they have any vape pens offered with, actual like the minor cannabinoids emphasized, that might be worth a shot.
um, I don't know anything about any of those things you just said. What's the terpenes or something like that? I don't know. I go there and I'm not too picky. So I usually be like, something for sleep. I just ask him. He's like, okay, we got these three. And I'd be like, you choose. What do you want? What do you suggest? And they usually give me the ones that they think. And it's been working, the ones for sleep and the ones for the podcast where I can just smoke all day and not be falling asleep on you guys. Yeah, that works. But I've never went to the, it's been a long time since I've went to the dispensary and I was like, let me get that kind in particular. Usually I just ask them what's good for this and what's good for that. Give me that. That's me. So I don't know the terpenes number or CBD count or any of that. Never even looked at the package. Uh, yeah. What do you suggest, Mark?
Okay.
Because
Hold on. I'm just
look,
looking up the cannabinoids. So, CBG, the one that I mentioned, that's apparently not the like this. Well, I don't know. Actually, maybe. Google AI overview says it is a non-intoxicating, quote, mother of all cannabinoids, known for promoting focus, energy, and mental clarity, often used to manage anxiety, pain, and sleep. So yeah, the mother of all cannabinoids means that in the plant it uses CBG to create all of the other cannabinoids. You know that it's a the central building block, either add on or take off, and that's how you get like THC, CBD, CBN, CB, anything, everything. Um, so yeah, key effects, it says mental clarity and focus. Like calming effects of CBD, CBG is described as more activating or stimulating, so probably not sleep then. But it did say sleep though, right? Um,
Um, there's a
Wait,
comment
okay,
here.
that's okay. Yeah,
It says CBN equals sleep from
okay.
Chip. It doesn't say from
Chip,
Chip, but Chip is
Chip,
the
well,
screen.
I mean, Chip would, if anybody, Chip would know. We would, yeah, he could clear this up. Hold on. Yeah,
CBG equals brain from Chip.
okay, right. Yeah, neuroprotective properties, support brain health and neuroprotection. Right on. Um, recent studies suggest CBG significantly reduces anxiety and stress without causing intoxication. I could use a bit of that. Anti-inflammatory and pain relief.
Which
So
one is that?
potential in, huh?
Which one is that? The
Uh,
anti-inflammatory one?
CBG. This is all CBG.
Okay.
Um,
CBC CBC equals calm from Chip. CBG equals inflation slash relaxation.
and CBN is the sleep, right? Mildly
Uh,
psychoactive.
yes, CBN equals sleep.
Yeah.
Jeff says,
Oh,
I got an ounce of some Havana Kush. This was definitely a Kush. If Havana was marketing, I don't care. Another indica I picked up was, another indica I picked up, Hell's OG. And then it says, yes, you are correct, Mark. Well, yes, correct, Mark. And Chip
not sure
says,
what I.
inflammation, CBN. It's good to know all these because,
Yeah.
like I said, I just go to the dispensary and I just be like, I need something for sleep and I need something for the podcast and just to be high and like stay awake all day, something that's not going to put me to sleep. And they
And then
usually,
you need something to put you to sleep eventually, right? So it's kind of,
it's really rare that it helps. I literally gotta, if I try to go to sleep around 9, then I would make it to sleep by 1. Uh, that's how it was last night. I was like, oh my goodness, I gotta be up by 8:30, and I went to sleep at like maybe one something, maybe 1:20. Was it 12:20 or 1:20? Anyhow, I was laying there and just rolling over and rolling over in one spot. I did I did a lot of turning over and then just like, why I can't fall asleep. And then look at the clock again, and 30 minutes has passed, and 40 minutes, and 2 hours. And then it's 3 o'clock, and I'm like, okay, I got to be up in 5 hours. Uh, that's dedication. I am here off of 5 hours of sleep. Ooh, yeah.
nice. Thank
I love
you.
you
Is
guys.
your
You
I
guys got
brain
all
just
this.
appreciate your
racing?
sacrifice.
Um, yeah.
Is your brain just going and going so you can't go to sleep or
Um, I don't know. Literally, I'll lay there and to try to stop my brain and the insomnia, it's just like I got to tell myself, focus on your breathing. but then my brain can never focus on that. So then my mind just goes to racing about other things. I'm starting to think I might be ADHD. Like, no joke. I'm not even trying to be funny. Uh, my brain cannot focus on one thing for too long. And I'll forget about the last thing and I'll just think about doing something else. And my memory is getting bad. Dementia does run in my family, so I have been thinking about it, but yeah, my memory's getting worse by the day. But my long term is there. My short term, not so much.
Yeah, it
So I
might be
got all
worth
my
asking about an ADHD assessment if it's available to you.
yeah, I don't
Um,
know if it's just the insomnia that won't let my mind rest, but I swear like if I don't talk to myself, then I'm gonna be thinking about other stuff like driving cars and just random stuff. And I'm like, why am I thinking about this? Focus on your breathing, focus on your breathing. If I don't say that, then I'm thinking about 10 other things at one time. I need a assessment, like you said.
You
Uh,
should download an app that has like guided meditations for sleep or sleep stories and stuff like that and see if that would distract your brain. Like you could concentrate on that just enough to get your brain to shut off.
um, Mark, didn't you tell me something about meditation being um, a religious practice or something like that?
I mean, in many cases, many religions practice meditation as a path to spiritual enlightenment. Um, Not all meditation is religious, though.
Okay.
So, um,
Like a guided sleep meditation, I don't see as being a religious thing. It
yeah,
just helps your body to calm down and your mind to slow down so you can drift off to sleep.
yeah, it's almost like a hypnosis. It's the way I kind of would describe it, more so than like meditation in the sense of like those 22 monks should have been doing rather than drug smuggling. Um,
Um,
but
a comment
orange
from Chip.
robes and all that stuff, lotus position, and but there's some really impressive, really impressive and inexplicable things that have been demonstrated with certain meditation practices that, you know, might be an interesting topic to discuss at some point. Down the road, I'd need to look up a lot of stuff to figure out, collect enough.
Chip
But
said Insight Timer has a good relaxation. Oh, relaxarion. I don't know that word.
It's
Um,
relaxation. He just can't type. That's the one that I
um,
use too, is Insight Timer. It's great. There's tons of stuff on there.
it says it's for good for relaxation, meditation, tons of okay or seraph. Ha ha! I can't type. Oh, I thought maybe that might be a brand name or something. I was lost.
yeah, it sounded like a brand name. I was ready to just gloss over that and give it to him. It's like Relax Arion. As good a name as anything for a relaxation app, right?
Oh yeah,
Meditation app.
I didn't think
Relax
about the T being next to the R.
your
It makes
pathway
sense now.
to
You should
relaxation.
download Insight Timer and try it. It's a good one
Uh,
and it's free.
you're gonna
I've
have
been
to
Another
using it for
remind
thing,
me
years.
later. If you don't
I have
remind me later,
reminded you.
I won't. Um,
I'll
um,
just go ahead.
another thing, okay, another thing, um, just a thought I've heard mentioned a lot or recommended a lot is practicing good sleep hygiene. So having a set routine at the end of a night and, dim lighting before going to bed, turn off televisions, electronics, avoid blue lights, and in some cases, even oh, I can't find my sunglasses. I have like blue light filter glasses and stuff that um I don't know, they just look like orange sunglasses, but and I don't know how well they work, but it kind of I feel like I'm accomplishing something by wearing them. So, um, but part of that I've heard, and I've heard this from multiple um, um, uh, psychologists and psychiatrists, is try to spend no more than 15 minutes in bed. And if you're not asleep after 15 minutes, then get up and get out of bed. Because if you stay in bed, then you're training your body that bedtime, that laying in bed is just a thing to do, as opposed to making it only about sleeping, So, um, give yourself 10, 15 minutes, and if you're not asleep, get up, go do something, and then go back to bed 30 minutes later. And if you aren't asleep after 15 minutes, then get up and read a book or something, and then try again. And it may take a couple attempts, but um, and it may take a few nights. Well, it will take a few nights because that's the way the body works. But if you train your body, eventually that laying down in bed is when you shut down and go to sleep right away within minutes, because that's what the body will, cue and associate with that activity. And when you get it all put together, that's the magic secret special sauce that I don't know. I've never managed to get it all put together at the same time, but that's the goal, right? That's the target. So, um, yeah, just another data
Going
point
to
there.
going to bed at about the same time and getting up about the same time every day is another very important one.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, it's not easy when you got insomnia. So yeah, like I said, I feel good, and I'm here on 5 hours of sleep. So uh, yeah, I
Imagine
feel
how
great.
much better you would feel if you had an actual full good night's sleep.
Mm.
Yeah,
I was staring at the ceiling for 3 hours, and I thought I was asleep until I was like, "Oh, I'm not asleep. I'm just laying here awake."
just thought you were dreaming of the ceiling.
I thought I was dreaming of my thoughts, but I was
Ah,
thinking, but I was awake. And
okay.
I thought that thinking was a dream. Come to find out, I'm still landing in the same position, turn over and check the time. An hour passed, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, just,
So a lot
just
of times that can be light sleep
mentally
without
draining.
without realizing it, you know? But hey, check this out. I am in I'm part of the club too. Five something hours sleep last night. 5 hours,
Mm.
38 minutes of my 8.5 hour target.
Okay, 1 second. Mine could have been more. I was going to say the last time I seen the clock, I turned over and I was like, what time is it now? It was three something. But I didn't fall right asleep after that. I just never checked the clock again. I don't know how long it was. Probably shortly after, but I could have gotten less sleep. Uh,
I could have gotten more sleep than I just showed you, because this thing's saying I only slept until 4:20. Ha. If anybody would wake up at 4:20, it would be me.
did
Um,
you go smoke when you woke up?
I didn't. I mean, I didn't get out of bed at 4:20. Was still in bed at 7:30 when my alarm on my wrist told me it was pill time. I don't know what's up with this Fitbit. It's just
So you were
oh,
training your body to be asleep because you've been
Trying to.
awake since 20 and you just laid there.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely wasn't just laying there though. I don't know. I think maybe my Fitbit might be having some technical difficulties. I don't know. It's only a year old. It shouldn't be like futzing out. I've heard conspiracy theories though. Some people have said that ever since Apple bought Fitbit, they have intentionally been sabotaging the Fitbit code base in order to get people, like force people to switch over and buy the Google
Apple.
Pixel watches.
Mm.
Just even though they own the company and they still get all the profits, whatever, they just want stop buying the Fitbit. They basically bought their competitor just to, you know, close up their doors and force people to buy their own more expensive, because that's like the Google Pixel isn't just a little fitness tracker thing, it's the whole like smartwatch business, right?
I got
Yeah.
one.
Do you like it?
I love it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can take phone calls on it. I can text on it. I can call 911 without dialing 911.
that's cool.
Does it have fall detection?
I think so.
Nice. Um, I
That's
was gonna get an
interesting.
Apple Watch, but that was only because I have a few other Apple devices, just because it came with the earpods if I wanted to pay the little bit extra. But yeah, I just thought I'd get it for that reason. And then I just like how Apple, they know where all their devices are. Like if I leave my AirPods somewhere or I leave my laptop somewhere, I can go get it. Whether if they
That's
turn
Yeah,
it off
something
or
else. That's something else I love about my watch is when I lose my phone, I can use my watch to make my phone ring so I can go
not.
find my phone. I've
yeah,
used
I
that a
can make
lot.
my
I can
Fitbit
make my
uses it
earpods ring.
loud enough to hear if they were dropped in something like in the laundry. Could
Um,
It makes a pretty
there's
loud
that.
noise if I remember correctly.
they do?
And you do not want to test it while you have them in your ears. It's very dangerous to your hearing.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a little bitty speaker on the bottom. Uh, Someone had it in their pocket. I could be looking for it. Ding, you're lying to me. You stole it. Uh,
Okay. Yeah,
yeah,
look at the map and it's like I can see them right in front of me, right where you're standing. You sure
yeah.
you don't have anything you want to confess?
Um, like when I look at the map on what is it called? The Find Me app on Apple, it always tells me my laptop, my phone, and my earpods are at this address, which is a little creepy because they're like it said even if someone turns it off, I can still find it, which is really creepy. Um, yeah, they're
I mean,
just there for the
if you
ride.
want if you want everything to feel even creepier, the government has complete access to all of it at all times, any given moment. They have the ability to just boop right into your phone for, whether
That's no
it's
fun.
legal or not, that's, beside the point, but it's possible. The intelligence communities have developed the ability to use, I mean, well, to just not just the phone, like they could use your TV. If you have a smart TV that
Yep,
uh,
they
streams
can watch
content
you.
right to your, they can watch you. No, they can listen to you even when your TV is off
Hmm.
using the speakers because the way speakers work is the same way a microphone works. It's just in reverse, right? The speaker, you have a coil of wire and a magnet, and you run current through the coil, and that change in the electric signal in the coil pushes the magnet, and that pushes a speaker, right? If you have a speaker, or if you have a microphone, what you have is some diaphragm, something in front of a magnet with a coil wrapped around it. And when you speak into the diaphragm, it vibrates, and that vibration makes an electric signal in that wire, and you just pull that out. So it's just reading it or sending it. Either way, it's basically the same principle. The guts are the same principle. So the TV can be completely shut off, right? But they can use those speakers, and whatever conversation is happening in the room causes everything in the room to vibrate to some degree, right? And the speakers are sensitive enough that they can use that vibration of those speakers, just even at just normal vocal speaking level, and read that, pull that out through the operating system of your smart TV. Any brand, all brands, they've broken into all of them, or
Um,
have access through all of them. They're not doing it to everybody, but
there's a guy on a YouTube video I watched. Uh, he showed how hackers can watch us while we're watching TV. Um, through that little thing at the bottom of the screen, I thought it was just something you point the remote at. And he showed how to look at, he showed himself. He hacked into some computer and he was like, that's the computer looking at me hacking it. And yeah, those little things are cameras down there. And there's this thing I Googled here. It says smart TVs can be hacked to access built in cameras and microphones for surveillance or to monitor viewing habits via automatic content recognition. To stop this, immediately disable ACR tracking in your TV's privacy settings, disconnect the Wi Fi, or put tape over the camera. And
yeah, why the hell is there a camera in a television anyway?
I didn't know that was a camera until I
Yeah,
seen that video. I was like, what
I
the
wouldn't.
hell?
I'm surprised. I'm surprised as you are. I never would have thought that I mean, laptops, laptops make sense. I mean, I guess maybe some
There's
TVs, they're made
a
for
TV over
video
there. There's a
conferencing.
thing at the bottom on the left hand side.
Oh,
Sometimes it's where you go press power on the bottom because
yeah.
forever I could not find the power button. I was confused, but I found it there under there. Um, and yeah, I didn't know that was a camera until I watched a YouTube video in my. It was in my, what do you call it? Google showed me. I don't know why. I mean, YouTube showed me, and I don't know why. So just to let you guys out there know, the TVs are watching us, and Google does suggest that you put a tape over it. Um,
Will
you
the
know, so
remote still work if you block that? Because I thought that was like to
Shit.
receive the remote signals.
They use infrared. It should pass right through like paper. Should.
yeah,
I don't know.
I almost Googled that, but it
Yeah.
says how to stop spying, disable ACR on Samsung. Go to settings, general, and then go to privacy, general and privacy, then go to terms and privacy, then disable and quote viewing information services. For LG, go to settings, then go to all settings, then go to general, then go to live plus, and then toggle off. Vizio menu, then click screen, then reset in admin, then viewing data, then press turn off. And for Roku, you go to settings, then privacy, then smart TV experience, and uncheck, in quote, use information for TV inputs. Wow. Or you can cover it up with some tape, it says. Yeah.
Or buy an old cathode ray TV.
Yeah.
Nice, nice big,
Telephone is, I mean,
You
you're,
remember, do you guys ever like play with the static, like get to wave your arm close to the screen and feel all you're like sticking out at the
Mhm.
staticky, like write things on the screen that only show up after
Or
somebody
pop it a
turns
little
it
bit.
off, like clean me, and mom turns the TV out. Mark, come finish the job. Yeah.
It also
Yeah.
says
It could not have
you
been
can
an easy child to
factory
raise.
reset if you suspect a serious infection. Perform a full factory reset to remove malicious software. I got debit cards connected to my TV. It also says disconnect the Wi-Fi. Hmm.
Well, then how would you stream anything to it?
Right.
Right. The TV is
Yeah.
useless.
Unless you use a third party device to, as an in between. And assuming that third party device doesn't have a little secret transmitter that's phoning home somewhere.
Hmm.
I've seen videos on YouTube, people showing like simple things like a USB hub that, when they take an EMF meter or something, like find there's a radio, like there's a signal coming out of it. There's something, sending, receiving, it's like trying to, where is it going? What is it doing? Why? Who is, nobody. I mean, it's all being made over in China, so it's probably not American companies taking the data, but what is there? Why? I don't know. I know
Real
we're
weird.
knowingly giving them almost everything, but this is just a little extra. Like, why?
The
There's,
iPhone. I don't know if you guys have iPhones, but there was a guy who made a YouTube video, and what he did was, this isn't an iPhone, but what he did was hold his finger over the light. I mean, over the light of the camera, and then he turned the light off, and he had a different camera that could see the whatever kind of light it is. And Apple takes a photo every 3 seconds. It would blink. You can't see it, but you could see it go through his finger when he put his finger over the camera every 3 seconds. So that part, they're really watching.
I'll
They want
be
to
right
check on you
back.
every 3 seconds.
I gotta run real quick. I'll be right back.
Uh, what do you
That's
think
just
about that,
creepy.
Andrea?
It's
Right.
creepy.
What do
As
you
if
need a
we're not
picture
watched
every three
enough.
seconds for? Um,
Well, if mine's taking pictures, it's getting pictures of the arm of my chair. So
yeah,
if
we
it's
don't even
using the
have
front
access.
camera, then it's the ceiling. But it's probably listening to everything we're talking about. So
Yeah. Uh, they say it's to help us. Uh,
they always say shit's to help us. They're full of shit.
yeah. So, what are you gonna do about that TV over there watching you? I got something in front of it. It's just a little ornament.
It's probably going to keep watching me because I'm not going to remember to go do all that.
Yeah, it isn't that big of a deal because I was also thinking, who the hell wants to hack me and why? Other than
They
getting my
might see me.
debit card.
Yeah, they might see me walk through my neighbor living room naked or something, but who cares?
Um, oh, oh man, I forgot what I was gonna say. You threw me off. Um, I was also thinking, I was talking to someone else, and he was like, "Why would they be watching you?" And I was like, "I was thinking that too, because there's really no reason for them to watch me do a bunch of nothing. Probably sitting there just editing all day, and they'd get my debit card information. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, that would
there's
be.
people with more money than me.
Doesn't
You're
matter.
looking at the wrong
Anything that
account.
they can get is, especially, I mean, these days with like just automated just bots. They can automate all this stuff. Have, data aggregation coming in from anywhere. Have something, some machine learning algorithm trained to listen for certain keywords, certain identifying compromising information, and just phone home when it hears somebody start reading out a credit card number or something. Or, when the USB hub observes somebody typing in their address and phone number and all of everything, or typing into their anything that they write to and from their doctor's office, medical portal. Um, just watch for all of that and phone home when it, only needs to transmit and send something when it's actually got what it's looking for. And these things can be bit down on little embedded circuits at this point. So um, yeah, when you just get enough of those put in enough households, you don't need it to work every time. You don't need it to work most of the time. You just need it to work a tiny fraction of the time, and you've got a treasure trove of data that you can just draw from, and uh, accounts that you can clean out or run up. Um, uh, yeah, um, it's concerning. Um, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. Like, it's concerning, but what do you do about it? So okay, then what? It's concerning. Okay, what
Go
next?
live in a cave, apparently.
I don't know. I'm just gonna go fiddle with this lava lamp levels for a second and dodge the question. Mhm. There we go. Is it float?
Um,
It's not overheating. It's good. Okay, where were we?
no, I was going to tell you about. You said your phone is listening and stuff, but a few years ago, I heard about this thing from my sister about this class action lawsuit where Siri was listening to us, basically. Uh,
Okay.
and I noticed that basically when I was just like, "Hey Siri, do this," and before it even pops up to tell you that it's listening, it'll just answer the question. So I was just assuming it's just already listening before it even pops up and tells you that it's listening. Uh,
It's got to be listening for you to say, "Hey Siri." So it's always
yeah,
listening.
yeah. It says Apple has agreed to a $95 million settlement and a class action lawsuit, Lopez versus Apple, alleging that Siri-enabled devices, iPhones, Apple Watches, etc., recorded private conversations without user permission due to accidental activations. U.S. residents who owned those devices between September 17th, 2014 and December 31st, 2024 can file a claim. The payout amount, eligible users may receive pro rate portion, estimated to be up to $20 per device, with a maximum of 5 devices per claimant. Eligibility, you must have owned or used a Siri enabled device or experienced an unintended activation that captured private conversations. Claims must be submitted by July 2nd, 2025. And there's a link on how to get part of that. And yeah, I didn't. Uh, yeah, my sister, she is.
I mean, up
Tablet,
to
watch.
$100.
Yeah, my
When
sister
you
has a
say
tablet,
class
watch,
action lawsuit,
uh,
it sounds like, ooh,
phone.
ooh, yeah, give me the money. It's like $20. It's not worth filling out the paperwork.
Not
um,
in this economy.
uh,
Get get you a burrito from Chipotle instead.
They just make you fill out the form to get more of your information.
Probably.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, we're live, but then one of the viewers is a bot. Thanks for the view, by the way. Uh, yeah, somebody told me that bots give us a lot of our views and stuff, and I was like, all right,
They are welcome to view us, I suppose, right?
right. Anybody
Yeah.
else is welcome. Why can't the bots be welcome to watch?
Yeah. Hey, I hope they enjoy it.
Uh,
Better us than, more, yeah, enjoy us more than any other podcast, right? Who's the bot's favorite? We need to ask the bot. Hey, bot,
mhm.
who do
I
you,
got something.
who's your favorite among the three of us, bot?
That's a good question. Would you be offended if a bot said it didn't like you?
Probably not.
Would you
No,
want to know
because
why?
yeah, probably because why not?
Right.
Something to make fun of.
Um,
I don't know.
yeah, but
If a bot
last
said
this
it didn't like me and gave me its reason for not liking me, I'd probably try to lean into it just because,
you would do research.
fuck you, bot. Just, you know nothing. You don't know what's cool, bot.
What if they were like, you always have that earring in? That's why I don't like you. Would you ask someone else, what do you think about this earring?
I mean, I don't know. All the jewelry is like basically kind of a warning red flag. Like don't expect a normal person conversation from this individual before approaching. You can just tell, okay, that's gonna be, you know, kind of,
Apple denies the all allegations, but settled to avoid further litigation. Hmm. Yeah, so they didn't exactly say we're listening to you, but they said we'll pay you because I guess you found
yeah.
out.
We'll give you
But
20 bucks each to just shut up and go away.
right,
It's easy peasy on Apple's part. Good job for their lawyers. How much money did they save from compared to actually paying out what they,
it was
really
it
owed?
was a $95 million settlement.
Right. And so settlement. So that was the bargain.
Yeah, that wasn't it. That's not anything. That's
So
just paying a
yeah,
fine.
what did they actually owe? Like what should have been? That's what I want to know, because I mean, there's no way to know that for sure. They're never going to say or disclose, and it really wouldn't have been determined unless they actually went through the trial and went through the process. But I just want to know, they're like their legal team must have gone through and done all this number crunching and figured out, if we go, it's likely going to cost us, 10 billion, something, I don't know, just to make up a number. Yeah, let's just pay 900 million to just get it to, it's like, good job. You guys get a bonus for making them pay. Yeah.
Really sticking it to them. 20 bucks.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, if you think about it, it is kind of giving the middle finger to all of the people who actually feel violated by this, or anybody who actually was, if I don't know, might there have been actually demonstrably damaging scenarios that this created? Was anybody actually hurt? Like not
Hmm.
materially, obviously, but
When you say hurt, I had a seizure at the Apple store.
oh,
And I
oh,
fell and swiped and knocked everything down because I was using it to hold on because I wasn't feeling well. And then I just went out of it for a few seconds, and everybody in the store went into panic. There was people from a distance watching, and then I was surrounded by all of the Apple staff. Um, they went to get me a cup of water and a cup of ice separately, a cup of water and a cup of ice. They were in panic. They were doing whatever possible to not get sued. What do you need? Need a pillow? I was like, you guys have pillows? And they was like, we got some couch pillows in the back. They were doing everything to keep me comfortable.
I mean,
Uh,
I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it as just to avoid getting sued. There's probably a lot of
they
genuine
were listening to
care.
have a seizure.
Right, but they, don't be so quick to just, say, oh,
Feel
that
real
was just,
disrespected.
huh?
Yeah. So yeah, uh, I guess nobody got hurt. What you call a hurt? I just had a seizure and threw everything on the floor. Uh, yeah, that was interesting to come out of it with the ambulance and look at the whole Apple desk and everything on the left hand side on the floor. I was like, what happened? And then
I mean,
after a while,
they're probably gonna be talking about that shift they did at the Apple store that one day for
the
like the
one guy
rest
who
of
had a
their
seizure.
life. Yeah, the one thing like he knocked over a whole display, EMTs came and left. We had to reset up the whole store afterwards. We got paid overtime for that though. It took a long time.
Or they're gonna be like, doesn't he look like that one guy who had a seizure in here? We gotta watch him so he doesn't have a seizure again. That's definitely him. I know him when I see him. And it's someone, and I'm 300 miles away from that store right now. Uh, yeah,
And he got extra help.
yeah. It was interesting seeing all that stuff on the floor afterwards because my thought was, how much did all that stuff cost now? Because I'm not sure if anything broke, but I'm just gonna assume everything falling on the floor, at least something broke because there was a long table. If you've been to the Apple store, uh, at least 5 devices were on the floor.
You were just doing a durability test.
Yeah, they
Mm.
do drop tests all the time in design.
I did a free test though. Somebody should have paid me for that test.
Oh
That's right.
man. Yeah. Well, that's
Uh,
what they gave you the pillows for, so that they didn't have to pay you for the test.
no,
Don't
they
forget the
gave me
ice
the
and the water.
pillows. They gave me the pillows because they were in panic. They didn't know what else to do. They were like, "How could we keep you comfortable?" And they start naming stuff.
How do we
Pillow?
keep from having to pay you for the service that he just did with this drop test? We can't maybe he'll go away if we give him a cup of ice.
And a cup of water separately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they felt like that was enough. I mean, eventually they didn't let me get up either for some reason. They kept going, no, 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 stay down until the ambulance got there. So I just was like, damn, like you guys,
Well,
I
yeah,
feel
last time you were on your feet, you knocked down a whole table. They don't want you getting back up.
They didn't want you to take out the whole store.
oh man. Uh what a shift.
Yeah, right. That's they're telling stories. Tell stories to their kids. They'll tell that story to their grandkids.
Do
Like,
you think that someone went back and watched that footage?
I think yeah, probably, yeah. I mean,
Probably
they
analyzed what happened. They probably like, he
will
looks
looked
okay
at it
when he walked
and
in. Oh, he's leaning. He's leaning. There he goes.
They
I
probably
mean,
were
it's entirely
evaluating their employees' response as well
yeah,
to
it's
see if
entirely
anyone needed
possible
fired.
that the whole it went up the chain and they're like the employees were watched and the legal team looked at it and made sure that
Where
there
were
wasn't
you?
any any
It's gonna be like, I
possible
was in the bathroom.
liability to get sued and stuff, right? Because
You
they would
have
have known
you
they knew who you were, right? They had your info. Apple Store
Uh,
had your phone number.
no, I didn't have an Apple device at the time. I was just walking around the store with my sister because she was doing her
Um,
shopping or whatever.
did she have a device, an Apple device already?
Yep, and she was getting another one.
Okay, so then yeah, so then they would have known how to get in touch with you. They could yeah.
they
So
might have implemented an entirely new section of their employee training manual for you,
Oh,
how to
nice.
respond for this.
You
you may
guys
have
don't have to
saved
tell them to
lives
stay on
in
the
the
ground.
future. May have saved somebody else's life by teaching
Seizure
how to
awareness.
yeah,
Right.
epilepsy awareness. You were spreading the news before you even started the podcast.
Nice. I never thought of
It's
it like
been your
that.
life's mission before you even knew it.
Um, it seemed like a long time, but my sister said it was literally a few seconds. She said I fell, and then she turned around and she seen me convulse one time, and then she said I started to sit up. I don't remember the fall. I just remember going out of it and then sitting up and everyone surrounding me. I don't know how long that took, but yeah, she was like, it wasn't that long. You just failed and you sat right back up. I was like, oh, all right. But the
Just a
ambulance, just
single,
Apple said you need to go to the hospital, so they
yeah,
called the ambulance. But I didn't
yeah.
think I needed to go to the hospital. It wasn't that bad that I was
That would
told.
be, yeah, that would be a corporate policy, just regardless. We don't want any possibility of getting sued. So we are, yeah, um, I
You
get
could have
that.
hit your head on the way down and ended up with more
Yeah,
brain injury and then sued them for it.
Mm. Um,
not to
I
give you
think I
any
got
ideas, but
you did. Um, yeah.
but
Thanks for the
real quick though,
ideas.
you said your sister saw you like leaning and then a single like convulse one single time, like just
She
stiffen.
said when she turned around, that's when she seen me convulse one time, and then she said I just my body relaxed and I opened my eyes and I looked around, and then I sat up, and then what I remember is Apple staff surrounding me, but I don't remember the convulse, stand up, and all. I mean, sit up. That's just what I was told. Seizures, so much time passes when you, or they don't think that. They don't think that when you sit up and you're back, and just because you talk means you're back and you're there. Misconception.
Mm.
There's a lot of those.
Um, that piqued my interest, got my attention because I was the single convulsion in particular, because I don't know. I've been suspecting on the fence back and forth whether I had a seizure on Wednesday overnight. Wait, what's okay? So not yesterday, day before. It's Thursday, right? That's the order that they go in.
Mhm.
Um, so yeah, I woke up or yeah, first thing I remember at least, whether I woke up or came out of whatever. Um, it's like five something, 5:20, we'll say, uh, in the morning with kind of like the headache, and just kind of like what the heck? Why does my head hurt like this? I just want to sleep more or whatever. But then I felt sick. And the headache and I was just like, what the heck is going on? Um, so I gave up on going back to sleep and I went because I had to go throw up, and I went back and forth a couple times and just ended up laying in the recliner for like 3 hours or so until the headache went away. Um, and I kind of started the day, and the whole day was just like all I did was nap and feed the cats, like literally. Um, but yesterday we were talking,
That
I was talking with well, both of my parents, and they were saying, because I didn't see anything on the cameras, I didn't do no big dramatic events there. I didn't see a heart rate spike on my Fitbit. Wait, did I? I don't know. I must have. Heart rate's got to like jump when you're going like actively throwing up compared to having just been in dead sleep. But I don't know. I'll go and look again, but I don't think. So they were asking about muscle soreness, and I wasn't like sore like I had been when I had the big like 17-minute one a couple years ago, or after the EMU ones that were like 5 minutes. So a quick like convulse, like one convulse, is that singular? Is there a proper like appropriate singular word for like just the one? Would that just be
I don't know.
a quick single tonic and then or whatever?
I
But not,
convulsed.
yeah,
Oh
one
well,
like.
that's past tense.
Do you guys
Uh,
have any like memory, any precedent for having a tonic seizure or tonic clonic that was so brief that you didn't experience like notable muscle soreness the day after?
um, my recent seizures haven't had the muscle soreness. Uh, haven't had the muscle soreness, but I have had one that I questioned, was it a seizure? But the hospital told me no. I had the post-ictal headache, and to be honest, there's nothing like it in the world. There's no other headache similar to that headache or head pain, anything similar to that. And I
Yeah,
kept telling the nurse that I think I had a seizure. I have this bad metallic taste that keeps coming and going, and I got this bad headache. And they're like, we did all the scans, and there's no signs that you had a seizure. And I was like, well, guess I didn't have a seizure. I
what
didn't put it on
signs
my
would
seizure count last year because of that.
they be able to test for after the fact that would show up
That's what I was
anyway?
wondering.
That's what I was thinking. How do you know I had a seizure? They were like, you have no signs of a seizure, no concussion. You didn't bite your tongue. You didn't bite your cheek. All you have is a headache. Um,
That's um,
basically, after all the readings and results they told me, basically, you just have a headache. Gave me some
You're full of
pill. I
shit.
mean, gave me a
yeah,
pill to take that didn't work because I told them nothing works for that. I made it home and just went to sleep. There was
yeah.
nothing else that came of it.
The
I've
headache,
only
like proper noun, capital T, capital H, trademark. Um, if you get that, like that's I don't know, that should supersede almost anything else, unless you're prone to like migraines and demonstrably have
migraines.
massive headache. Migraines?
They do
Uh,
not feel like the post-seizure headache.
No.
no,
No,
Mm,
I had migraines for years, and the post-ictal headache is entirely different. I
yes,
would
it's a
take a
whole different
migraine any
ballgame.
day.
Right, comes and
yeah,
goes.
is there any way you could elaborate on the difference, or is it just something you gotta experience?
Um, when I have a migraine, sharp pain right here in the side of my head, maybe a few minutes, and then it goes away. Usually, I just close my eyes and get away from too much light, and it goes away. I have had them last in different places, like but it isn't that bad as the post-ictal headache. Um, I've had the lingering ones where I'd be like, I just got a bad migraine for a few hours, but nothing like that post-ictal headache. Nothing in the world I've ever felt like that.
I've had headaches, migraine headaches that lasted much longer than a few hours. I'd have them for days. And it's much more of just like a sharp pain, whereas the postictal was more like someone parked a semi on my head.
Like all
Right.
encompassing.
Right, everywhere. And my migraines typically focus into one area.
Yeah. It's like my post-ictal headache is like, it feels like I need to sit up straight. Like, because if I lean to the right, it feels like my brain just leans to that side of my head and it'll hurt on that side. And then if I go the other side, it does the same thing. And if I go backward and forward, same thing. So to prevent pain, I usually sit up like this and smoke after a seizure. Uh,
Yeah,
Smoking, I
that was
guess, it just takes my attention off of it because it doesn't really do anything for the pain. It's just I'm
yeah.
not thinking about it as much.
It helped. I don't know. I was gonna say it helped with the nausea. Maybe it just helped distract me from the nausea. But, you know, that plus, TV show um definitely distracted me enough from the headache that it wasn't so bad. You see, Mike came to say hi. First time Mike's gotten up on the desk with me. Oh, he's pulling.
He wants more treats.
Yeah,
Did you get him some
my hand was down
temptations?
there. He reached over and grabbed us. Friskies party mix. We need
We got some,
the big size because these cats need a lot of
we're spoiled.
validation. Yeah, well, they're worth
I
it.
just I just bought
Yes.
Jinx a little puzzle thing.
Oh, we got a puzzle thing for Poofy too. What did you get?
I
Oh,
don't
yeah,
even know how
well,
to explain it. It kind
right.
of looks like a piece of watermelon with like seed, like the little black things that rotate, look like
Oh,
watermelon seeds.
send me a link, please. Like
Yeah,
whenever you get a moment. We've got one, it's kind of like it's this um like board and it's got this clear dome over the top of it, and the dome has holes that the cat can reach into, and then inside underneath the dome you can like rearrange this little like maze of obstacles. So you like sprinkle cat treats all around it and put the dome on, and the cat can has to like reach and search and grab the cat treats out from underneath and over the stuff, and it was really cool. But I was really impressed because Poofy took to it immediately. Poofy is the most food motivated cat I have ever seen. Um, if
Like
I
that.
just
if
sent it to
there's
you in the Reddit chat.
okay, thank you.
And
Yeah,
that brand had like three different styles.
oh yeah. But as soon as I show that to my mom, she's gonna have it on her way to Amazon from Amazon here. She loves the cats. But
Those cat toys.
I mean, yeah, especially now that we're realizing how smart Poofy is. Like she'll look at this puzzle and go through and she can see a single cat treat and she can plan ahead. Like she knows she'll go and reach at it from one end and bat it and then go all the way around to the other end and just grab it right out of where she had hit it from. I haven't seen all the other cats like reach and grab and grab and grab and grab until they get it. Oh, but Poopy just boop, boop. And she can pick them up too. She uses her claws enough. She can reaches over. Instead of like putting her face down when there's a cat treat, she'll go and like pick it up to her mouth on her own. So just I gotta
Jinx
brag,
doesn't
brag about my cats because they're
um, I seen a video of a crow putting rocks in, or no, oh yeah, putting rocks into what is it called? Like a maybe a bowl, I guess, to make the water rise up so it could drink the water. And then the guy in the video was like, crows are the smartest birds or whatever. So I actually did research on it, and it says they're actually highly intelligent. They're among and widely considered the smartest animal, often ranked alongside primates for their cognitive abilities, including problem solving, tool manufacturing, and social intelligence. Their intelligence rivals that of a 7-year-old child, capable of understanding complex concepts like displacement and recursion. So
Hmm.
yeah, you gotta watch out for the crows and the cats.
Yeah. Well, less so the cats. I think crows might actually be smarter than the cats. But um I'm surprised it didn't mention octopi. Octopuses. They're both
Um,
acceptable terms, dictionary says. So, yeah, just FYI.
um,
But yeah,
there's
octopuses they have a well-established history of giving researchers and collectors, hobbyists a lot of problems, keeping them in their enclosures. They're masters of escape. They can see and they'll watch when people come and go, and they can figure out like reach around over unlatched lids on themselves and get crawl out and look away. It's crazy. They're a lot smarter than
we give them credit
um
for.
right, yeah, than a lot of us realize. The and if
Uh,
I think I remember reading that they're another interesting thing, their brains not in that central head structure thing that, what looks like a head to us. I think I remember reading that each of their limbs are like distributed sections of neurons that work like a brain in a human. So it's like their
They
arms.
are a brain.
Yeah.
or it could be like shrimp. All of their organs are in their head, brain, heart, everything in the head.
Yes, octopuses possess a highly distributed nervous system with one central brain in the head and eight mini brains in their arms. Roughly 60% of their neurons are in their arms, allowing them to independently taste, touch, and move, bypassing the central brain for local decision making and rapid complex environmental adaptation. So most of their brain is in their arms,
It's
right where
crazy.
they can, yeah.
There was
Arm can
something
act
really
autonomously.
interesting about the crows. It says they have social and emotional complexity. They have complex social lives, including holding funerals to investigate the death of a flock member and mourning their loss. Hmm. Memory and
Elephants
facial
have
recognition.
held funerals too.
Come again?
Elephants have held funerals too.
That's interesting to see a bunch of elephants around in one area. Kind of scary if you were there. But there's a
Well,
couple of things here. It says memory and facial recognition. Crows can recognize individual human faces, hold grudges, and pass information about dangerous individuals to their offspring and other flock members. Also, with
I'd
problem
love
solving,
to
solve
read about
complex.
the experiment that they performed to like establish that. What did they do? Like harassing? What? Yeah. What scientist caused a group of crows to hold a grudge against him, and how? for
Science.
science. Right. Yeah, he
That's it.
just,
Problem solving. They can solve complex multi-step puzzles, such as dropping nuts into traffic-filled roads to crack them and using water displacement to retrieve floating food. Uh, so yeah, and then tool creation and usage. Crows make and use tools such as bending twigs or manipulating materials into hooks to extract food from hard to reach places. But then again, I never done any research on any other birds. But yeah, gotta watch out for crows. Make sure you don't piss them off. And yeah, press that thumbs up button and subscribe if you haven't already. Uh, and we're here. Uh, Mark, you afraid of crows? They always make crows look like the bad birds. It makes me think of Resident Evil. And they're not really like that, are they? Not that I know of. Is it
no,
really?
I mean, they're just birds. They're not, no, no better, no worse than any others. I mean, I don't know.
Could you imagine in Resident Evil if they had pigeons?
What?
Pigeons instead of crows.
I don't think that would have been as scary in Resident Evil. Yeah, I think that's,
Uh,
or are they seen as scary because they were used in Resident Evil?
That's what I'm thinking.
Is our generation
Scary
been
movies.
trained to see them as a archetypal, you know, scary, evil, unsettling environment or
Yeah,
future?
when in a lot of movies they make the crows, they always like, why are the crows surrounding us? Those are the scary birds in movies. But yeah, crows aren't, well, I don't know if they're dangerous. I never like annoyed one or threw anything at a bird to know how much it would hate me or anything like that. But yeah, I guess pigeons aren't that scary, like Mark said. Wouldn't have
Yeah,
been.
pigeons are.
Uh, yeah. Another thing I had says Kanye West builds a 60,000 seat stadium in Albania after Europe travel ban. This was posted on April 30th, WBS.com. It says, facing mounting restrictions across Europe, Kanye West is pressing forward with an ambitious plan. The rapper is building a temporary 60,000 seat stadium in Albania for a major summer performance. The project comes after several European countries blocked or canceled this concerts. Those decisions followed controversy tied to his past anti-Semitic remarks. Albanian officials confirmed the concert will take place on July 11th near the Tirana Durrës corridor. The venue, dubbed Eagle Stadium, is being constructed specifically for the event. Government leaders in Albania have embraced the concert despite criticism elsewhere. Prime Minister Edi Rama publicly supported to show signaling confidence in its tourism impact. Europe pushback intensifies. West Albania's performance follows weeks of cancellations across Europe. Countries including United Kingdom, France, Poland, and Switzerland halted planned appearances. Officials cited concerns over public safety and backlash tied to the artist's past statements. In France, authorities considered blocking a show before West postponed it himself. A European lawmaker recently urged countries to take a firmer stance, saying the United Kingdom denied the visa, noting others had also withdrawn support. The cancellations have disrupted what was intended as a large scale international tour. Industry analysts say the setbacks could reshape how major artists plan global events. Albania sees it as an opportunity, saying despite the controversy, Albania views the concert as a potential economic boost. Tourism officials expect a surge of visitors for what could become one of the country's largest music events. Local organizers say temporary stadium will meet international standards. They believe the event could place Albania on the global entertainment map. West, who has apologized for his past remarks, said earlier this year he was, in quote, deeply mortified by his actions. Still, criticism has not fully subsided. Sponsors and political leaders in countries remain weary and associating with the artist. The Albania concert represents a high stakes gamble for both sides. For West, it offers chance to reconnect with fans and controversy. For Albania, it is a bid to showcase itself as an emerging destination for global events. Yeah, so you're gonna let this guy build a stadium. I found it funny. Yeah, I don't know why. A lot of people don't like him, but yeah, this article's kind of saying he's doing too much with it. I think the mayor likes it, or their government official, prime minister, supported it. So, but then there
I
was
mean,
another piece that it could be basically for profit, saying that it'll bring a lot of people to the city and stuff. Thoughts, Mark and Andrea?
I don't even know what to say about that, honestly.
it's it's a wonderful example of how little freedom of speech exists in countries outside of the US. You know, he can say what he wants here, and that's fine, you know, but he's being like entirely kept out of another country. It's a big whole issue if he's even permitted to come and perform or whatever, um, you know, over st stupid stuff he said. Like not, he's not, I don't know. It's kind of overblown. He, I don't know. He's
All right.
definitely not, um, I don't know. I don't like the
Um,
guy. I'll just say that. But that doesn't mean that he shouldn't. He's got fans over there and they're willing to pay money to see him perform, and that'll bring in tax dollars and revenue and all that stuff. Makes a lot of sense. Why wouldn't they just, you know, um, yeah,
I got two things here. 7% of Americans eat McDonald's every day. One
every
third of
day.
America's one third of America's potatoes goes to French fries.
I believe that, but not
Yeah,
just for McDonald's. We eat a lot of French fries.
One out of three Americans eats McDonald's every day. Really?
7% of
Oh, 7%.
America.
Where did I get one out of three? I don't know. Oh,
Uh,
potatoes.
the 1 out of 3 says
Yeah,
um,
potatoes go to French fries.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one
that
third
makes
of
sense.
one third of America's French fries goes to potatoes. I mean, goes to French fries. It's a lot of
Yeah,
different kind of fries out there.
I think it's pretty sad that that many people are eating McDonald's when there's so many better burger places they could go.
it's just
Like,
real. There's
like,
a rebranding opportunity for Trump here with the French fries. They were freedom fries formerly for a little bit, right? Back
I'm
when
not
America
aware.
was great. So we
uh,
gotta bring freedom fries back.
the uh, a ball in baseball only lasts 7 pitches before it's replaced.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That doesn't make sense. Why do you change a ball every time you throw it 7 times? Even if it doesn't get hit, I'm assuming they're still going to change it out because you threw it.
I thought you said if it gets hit every time when it gets hit 7 times.
No, after every 7 pitches.
Oh, well, yeah. Either way, when you're throwing a ball at like 90 something miles an hour and then you stop it, boom, like that, that's a big hard impact on something, which if you cut in half is not just a solid object. It's like whole bunch of rubber stuff all wrapped around with this leather coating around it and stitched up. So that tight winding is going to relax, it's going to loosen up, it's going to wear out, and that is going to
Which
change the way that the ball responds when it gets hit by a bat. Even if it doesn't get hit in those 7 times, if you throw it an eighth time and it does get hit, that ball will be different from a fresh, absolute brand new ball, um, without all of that, internal wear. I mean, it can't be like completely unusable for all purposes, but at the top level of athletics where every single little tiny um, difference uh, feeds into a player's stats and their like earning potential and whatnot. These things are really important to keep track of and control. So, yeah, replacing them every pitch would be excessive, but seven, yeah,
it probably has to do with like you were saying, they get thrown so fast and the sudden stop would screw with the aerodynamics of the ball. So they want to keep it as equal as possible across the whole game.
yeah, yeah. And if it once it gets smacked one time, I mean, that smack alone, it's not just stopping, it's completely
Getting flung back the
reversing
other way.
direction. Yeah, that's a massive amount of energy getting sent shock right through that momentum change. It's yeah, there's a lot of work happening there.
Everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button once again. And I got a fun fact for you, Mark. I was going to wonder if you believed it. Uh, Intelligent people have more zinc and copper in their hair. Well, I Googled it because I was waiting for your facial expression. It says scientific evidence on the direct link between higher intelligence and increased zinc, copper in hair is limited and mixed, with some studies focusing on nutrition, cognitive development, or hair color rather than direct IQ correlation. While some while some research notes zinc deficiency affects learning, other studies find no significant IQ correlations based on hair and copper and zinc. Mm.
If they have
Are there
more
copper?
copper and zinc in their hair, would that mean they have more like overall throughout their body? And maybe that with higher levels in their brain, it helps their brain compute faster or something. I'm just making shit up, but it's a thought.
A higher copper to zinc ratio has been linked to ADHD symptoms, suggesting an imbalanced trace element ratio impacts attention and behavior. Zinc levels, students with lower IQ scores showed significantly lower zinc levels in their hair compared to ordinary students. Neurological role. Zinc is crucial for neurogenesis and synaptic function. Studies have found that higher zinc correlates with improved cognitive efficiency. Some suggest, some researchers suggest that copper acts as a right brain or creativity element, while zinc acts as a left brain logical element, though this is a simplification of neurobiology. Yeah, that sounds a little bro sciency. Copper right brain, zinc left brain. You need a balance of both.
Andrea, you have any
Five
copper sitting
supplements are
around?
specifically designed to
I need some copper.
optimize. Huh?
Said I need some copper. Hmm.
Uh, yeah,
Did you
I
know
can't.
that polar bears are left-handed?
No, I did not. Did you know that polar bear's fur is not white?
Not white,
It
it's
is,
I did
black.
know that.
it is actually transparent, and their skin underneath is black. So sunlight actually makes its way through the clear fur and reaches the polar bear's skin, and the black skin absorbs sunlight and warms them up.
Okay. I got something even better.
Oh, better than
Proportional
that?
proportional to their weight, men are stronger than horses. How about that? I feel good with that one.
Yeah, well, I can create humans. Well, I could.
Yeah.
I
Well,
can't anymore.
proportional to their weight. Um, wait, what was it? Yeah,
Proportional to their weight.
when adjusted for weight, men have 50% greater upper body strength than women, but women have 30% greater lower body strength than men.
Hell
That's
yeah.
so.
They could take a baby in their lower half. Oh
Yeah,
man.
well, and kick you right where you don't want to be kicked.
Yeah. So it says, yes, on a pound for pound basis, relative strength, humans are generally stronger than horses, while horses have greater absolute strength. Smaller animals typically possess a higher strength to weight ratio, meaning if a human were scaled up to the size of a horse, they would be disproportionately weaker. Fun fact, huh?
My brain discombobulated. I didn't follow there.
If
Okay,
you were as big as a horse, you'd be stronger than the horse.
okay, yeah.
Um, did you know they had square watermelons in Japan because they stack better? Yeah, I had to
Yeah,
go
they
look
grew
at a
them in
video.
like boxes.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
had to go look at a video to see why would they do that, but it says because they stack better.
Yeah. I mean, in a country where space is at a premium, why waste any of it with all those round shapes?
They'd
Um,
be easier to cut too, with straight sides.
Easier
would
to cut
they?
if it was a square.
Yeah,
I don't know about that. You just
Uh,
boom, and
right.
then boom,
If it was square, it would just
boom,
be straight
boom,
cuts instead
boom.
of trying to go to cut the rind off of it, that you got to try and make a curve with a straight blade.
No, you take your watermelon and you set it out and you take the sword and just boom, and you got the half, and then you turn it 90 degrees and boom, right?
But
And
you
then
still
you've got your quarters and you set them flat, and then you can take the kitchen knife and go and make your nice little, because you got to have the curvy part of the rind to
but I don't, that's
minimize
not what I do
it
with my watermelon.
minimizes the amount of rind per unit volume of watermelon flesh inside by having a circular shape.
I see that. I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to cut the rind off of it and cube the whole watermelon, it would be easier to do with a square watermelon.
I know it wouldn't.
You're
That beg
talking
the
about
difference.
leaving the rind on it.
No,
I
I'm
don't like
not.
to leave the rind on it.
You just take it once you got your slices and just lay it flat out and just bruh, yeah. Um, or you
Um,
If
just
you say
heat up
so.
to the rind and then toss it,
For the crows.
Would crows eat
um,
watermelon? Probably.
I think birds like watermelon rinds.
Yeah. But
I didn't know that.
certainly the squirrels here would fight over it.
Some
Did
animal
you
would
guys
for sure.
know? Did you guys know that cold water is heavier than hot water?
I had
I
heard
didn't
that.
know that. I did not know
Did
that my
you
water
know?
lost weight when it got warm.
Yeah. Did you know that water boils at a different temperature the higher your altitude is from sea level? When you, like people in Denver, a mile high above sea level, their water boils differently. So their cooking directions for pasta has to be a little bit longer because the water isn't boiling at quite the high temperature as it needs to be, or as
I
it
knew
would
that.
at sea level.
Same with like baking things. They have to bake differently. That's
Because
why
they
they
got
have a
less
high
air.
altitude. They
Yeah,
have high altitude directions on the cake mix.
I've never looked for high altitude
You don't live in a
directions.
high altitude place.
I don't look for directions, period. Um, But yeah, I also don't look at, I mean, yeah, Florida. Basically, all of Florida is equal to sea level. There is no elevation anywhere. Well, except at the top of like roller coasters and like the Disney hotels and stuff. They're pretty high, but that's it.
Top of
Um,
all the condos on the beach.
yeah, yeah. The cruise ships might actually have a better, higher altitude than some of the most of the condos, actually.
I
It's
can't
nuts.
even wrap my head around how big a cruise ship actually is.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. They're I never made sense
Mark,
to me. Like just being trapped on a ship with just a bunch of people, like strangers who are just why? What? Mm, it's
I mean,
not,
like taking a cruise.
yeah, it's like, hold on. Like,
They had a
oh,
documentary about a ship being, I guess it, I forgot what happened, but it was
oh,
stranded in
the
the
poo cruise?
Poop Cruise. There it goes. Documentary about that. Uh,
Yeah,
check
I
that
saw
out.
that one. Yeah,
Uh,
especially after watching the Poop Cruise documentary. It's like, why after that would anybody want to go on a cruise? Mm,
yeah, I'd like to go on a cruise, but I seen the video and it was messed up. They were like telling people to do their due in a bag and turn it in because the stuff was coming up the drain. That shit was crazy. Yeah, everybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button. And
Thumbs up, and if you like what you're hearing, poop coming up out of the drains and shitting in bags and handing it to staff members. Yeah. Like and subscribe if you want more.
yeah, what was I gonna say? I lost track of everything when that happened. You got to do that more, Mark.
I can't,
Yeah,
the moment doesn't always strike for, you know, you
I'm
can't
gonna
catch
throw in the
lightning.
perfect moments.
Well, you can't catch lightning in a bottle. When they're staged, when they're forced, it's never quite as funny, you know. It's
Okay, I got another fun
have
fact.
you noticed something like just a quick aside, like well, first off, do either of you listen to any other podcasts or watch any other podcasts or
I
anything
don't
much
Not
like
listen to any
anymore.
YouTube?
podcast, not even this one.
Because it seems like some interviews and interviewers are increasingly trying to kind of uh interview in a way that is geared towards trying to make shorts and clips and stuff, rather than having like an actual normal organic conversation. They're like trying to come up with these witty 2-minute things that are, they're trying to get the clip things so that they can make that other video, have the short of the thing from the interview and then have the clip or the bigger one of the short or whatever. Um, it doesn't, I don't know. It kind of,
Doesn't sound like it would be a very good flow of conversation.
yeah. And well, it's not, it's not necessarily bad. It's just, it kind of comes off as a little like unnatural, So I would kind of prefer to try not to work to create moments, just let's just talk, you know,
Um,
about
did you
whatever.
know that there are more collect calls on Father's Day than any other day of the year?
Collect calls.
Yes.
Okay,
A lot
yeah.
of fathers, a lot of fathers in prison.
Oh, okay, yeah. That
I mean,
must,
that's not what the description says, but the AI says yes. That is widely reported, long-standing factoid according to AT&T and telephone company statistics, often quoted by Snopes. Father's Day is the busiest day of the year for collect calls. The trend, while Mother's Day holds the record for the highest volume of total phone calls, Father's Day sees the highest percentage of collect calls where the receiver pays. So they're meaning like collect calls like at the payphone. A lot of those
yeah,
payphones are in prisons. I mean, maybe
yeah,
I
I'm
don't
not from
even,
a big
yeah.
downtown
It's
urban
like
area,
even
so
if
I don't see many payphones.
it's
I
like
don't
I'm gonna,
either. That's what I was gonna say.
yeah. I'm trying
Uh,
to remember the last time I saw a payphone. So aside from as a as a gimmick or prop joke, something on a TV show where they like literally are talking about why is there still a payphone here? Um, it's yeah. Or unless somebody made a phone call and really needs to throw a temper tantrum or something, have them destroy the
um,
payphone as a like a literary device or not literary.
I
visual.
know someone who, well, I don't know someone, but watched another documentary of people collecting weird things. And one guy, he collected the payphone uh, from some New York company that was removing it. And he put it in his house and he connected it to his home phone and he built it into his floor. Uh, I don't know why you would put a payphone in your living room, but he had a bunch of stuff built in that were old school stuff that just he just built into his house, and the phone just happened to be one. You just
I
pick
mean,
up the phone.
yeah, why not?
I don't
Why the
remember if
floor?
he
Once you, I
actually had to
mean,
use the quarters to call. I don't remember, but
yeah. Once you reach a certain point of wealth and start doing stuff, it's like, people ask why. Just the answer is just because.
Because I
Why
can.
why is irrelevant. It was the idea, and the whim was appealing.
yeah,
End of
that was
story. But I can understand as a collector, if you're collecting vintage, what, like
payphones.
1950s Americana or whatever, and you got like a payphone or something, and if you've gone to that length, why would you not? Like, how much cooler would it be to have in your like collection display,
Oh,
here's a payphone and it actually works?
it took up too much space. It
No,
was actually phone booth payphone,
yeah.
not just payphone sitting there hung against the wall. And it
Well,
was in
so you
his
got
living
rid of it?
room, in his room. The phone rang when he got a call. That was his main line, his landline.
Yeah.
Uh, but he's a collector,
Why,
and that was
why
interesting. I
not?
was just like, damn, I wouldn't do it, but you need to own your house because he built it in and all that shit. Uh,
Well, yeah. I mean, if you, yeah, if you're collecting things the size of phone booths for the fun of it, you probably, I mean, well, plus the way he was building it into the whole thing, I kind of assumed he built the house himself, right? Or
I
wasn't that
don't know.
even said there? I don't know.
No, the shows were talking
But,
about the
oh,
hobbies.
was it a show?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
on the internet. Person's walking around. This guy's showing all the stuff, all his hobbies and stuff, and the payphone was one of them. The most interesting thing was the payphone to me. Other stuff was just stuff he remembered from his childhood, like park benches instead of
Just old stuff.
couches. Instead of a couch, he has a park bench. Uh, it got removed from
Oh,
one of his favorite parks or something like that. There was
oh,
reasons for all his stuff.
I
Uh,
mean, good for him.
yeah,
It's
there
good.
was a lot of stuff.
I won't visit, but good for him. That sounds like an uncomfortable home.
Um, Comment here says, I mean, I carry everyday watches that are at least 140 years old. Not a huge
Oh,
thing. That's from
yeah,
James. Uh, yeah,
not a
man.
huge thing. It is kind of a pretty big thing. That's not, most people don't have something of that vintage to begin with. So to carry it around with you is a that's a pretty baller move.
That guy, he was basically still building his house. He was saying what he wanted to do with another room, but the living room was the most interesting to me with the phone booth and then the park benches as couches. And he had even the old TV, the one with the big back on it and the bubble on the front. He was legit finding his childhood to rebuild his house or furnish his house. Could you have park
It sounds
benches
like
from your childhood, like the park bench from that childhood?
No,
These items are items from his childhood that he remembers. I don't know where he found them, but that's what he said. Like, I remember this bench when I was sitting here talking to, I mean, he didn't say that in particular, but yeah, he has history with these items.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't have any benches with them. Yeah, we moved
You could get
around
something back from your childhood, what would it be?
a whole trampoline.
Mm.
Trampoline was
I
so
didn't have
much
one of
fun.
those.
So much fun. So much time on there. So much fun. I remember rollerblades.
Rollerblades.
I was
That's
doing
interesting.
a lot of rollerblading. It was, yeah, I was did a lot of skating. Was in really good shape, cardiovascular speaking. Probably the only reason I survived that Wolf Parkinson White heart condition I had before the surgery was because I was rollerblading just incessantly. If I was not, if I was finished with my schoolwork, I had my rollerblades on. So, yeah. Or I was on the trampoline.
Mm.
So,
Did you guys know that the youngest pope was 11?
I did not know that,
Mm.
but I don't know
It
why.
said Pope Benedict IX is widely cited as the youngest pope potentially elected at age 11, 12, or roughly 20 years old in 1032. Due to his conflicting historical accounts, his exact age is debated, but he is generally considered the youngest, serving three separate scandalous terms. Other sources suggest he was in his late teens or early 20s. Hey,
That's
He was a
different from
scandalous.
an 11-year-old pope. It's, yeah, a pope of unknown age. Certainly young, certainly younger than I would expect or even prefer from a head of religion like that. I mean, even at the upper end of that, like how much actual knowledge, expertise can a 20-year-old have on a centuries old religion with all of the doctrine and theology and eschatology that comes with it. But those were different times. So I don't know what was up with that. Why that election happened. Benedict the Ninth.
yes.
I would tend to probably believe it's more likely that he was at the higher end of that age range than actually 11.
Um,
But
well,
I'm not an expert, and
did you know?
oh man, hold on. Benedict the Ninth, born Theophylact of Tusculum in Rome. Theophylact. How's that for a name?
Uh,
Would you name your next child Theophylact?
I'm not having a next child, and if I was, no. Uh,
Would you tell one of your kids to name your first grandchild Theophylact?
no, I'll say Mark before I say Phylact.
Uh, I would be honored, but Theophylact would be incredible.
Did you guys know that the only continent without reptiles and snakes is Antarctica?
Not surprising.
I did know
Yeah,
that.
it's not
Yeah.
surprising, but um, yeah, it says Antarctica is the only continent without native reptiles or snakes due to extreme cold and on average temperatures remaining below freezing. It is impossible for cold-blooded ec- ectothermic animals like snakes, lizards, or turtles to survive or maintain active metabolisms there. That'll be
Yeah,
interesting to have a snake that's in the
ectothermic is,
snow.
absorbing the heat, getting their
Wait,
bodily heat from outside, drawing it in.
hmm. I never thought about where do snakes go when it snows, but I'm assuming they got a burrow somewhere.
Presumably some sort of dormancy, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a reptile person, but I don't think there are many reptiles in super, super, super cold climates. There's only so far north that they can go, right? Uh, I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but it's funny here in Florida when it gets cold. I think I mentioned this last year or this past winter here just recently.
Calling
When it
iguanas.
Yeah, when it gets a cold snap that reaches freezing, they actually send to our phones like Amber Alerts, beep, 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 falling iguana alert, warning. Falling iguana watch, falling iguana warning.
I
That's
Those
seen
interesting.
alerts. Yeah,
I seen someone do an Instagram video where iguanas were just like running the streets in Florida.
probably they're dumb as hell.
Why
They're
is
just
Florida?
like,
You guys got all these animals just running the streets, snakes and
well,
alligators
I
and stuff.
mean, yeah, they're invasive species, and they do very well in a subtropical climate like Florida, um, with no natural predators baked into the environment. They're just thriving, you know.
Mhm.
Nothing native to Florida is made to eat iguanas except people. There was talk of having, yeah, iguana season.
They
Um,
had iguanas on the
Apparently it tastes
list
a lot
of.
like chicken. They call it chicken of the trees.
Never heard
Um,
that one.
yeah.
Um, what was I gonna say?
Would you
Uh,
eat iguana if offered?
I'll try anything one time. It does not sound appetizing, but iguana was actually on a list of most dangerous animals because they have a lot of iguana attacks. The iguana, it'll feel threatened or bite you out of the people who own them as pets. It'll bite you and then it'll just twist. And yeah, it had some
It's like serrations around its right, and it
I
kind of
don't know
rips it.
why, but I just was like, okay, I'll never get an iguana.
Right. Yeah, that's a good
I
call.
had
Rip the
one once.
rip the skin
Long,
off
long.
his hand, like no palm. Yeah, there were some pictures that were like, whoa, and they were like,
Mm.
yeah, iguanas will tear you up. You surprise them, and they'll just turn and bite, turn and
Yeah,
attack out of fear, basically.
just like boom, too, right? Because they don't give off any warning signals. They're saving their
They're
Right.
energy.
fast.
I gotta find the name of that show for you to watch it because it was the same thing on the video.
I don't need
The
to see
thing
all the
just
skin torn off of the guy's palm by the iguana.
you
Thank you.
must.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I trust you.
Mm.
Um, I'm not a fan of like the nasty, gnarly medical stuff. Those are the words. Yeah. My mouth gets
Uh,
jumbled up a lot, like trying to say stuff. It feels like they're tongue twisters. Does that happen to you guys? Is that like a medication thing or
Um, I talk a lot, so my tongue gets twisted a lot. And then I got to say names of words several times to sound it out.
yeah.
And yeah, did you know that approximately 50% of Harvard college students graduate with honors?
Yes. Yeah. I've
If
heard
everyone
that.
graduates with honors, is it still an honor?
Yeah,
Not
well,
really.
I mean, yeah, because some of them don't. It's really more like graduating with dishonor. Graduates and graduates with dishonorably graduated students. You know, C's and D's, you got your degrees, but you're not up to snuff like these guys are. These are actually the
They
people.
really studied.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I've heard that about Harvard and I don't want to say all of the other Ivy League schools, but at least Harvard and I think Yale, that the whole process to get into the school is so long and so hard and grueling on the students. They have such a high standard for even being considered, and then the interviewing application, like it just that they feel as though the students have earned the right to be there or belong there and stuff. So it's rare to not give an A in a class like that. You gotta work. Once you get into Harvard, you gotta work to get kicked out of Harvard. Was That's the impression I've had, at least. That um, not that they don't have good high academic standards, but it's kind of like they you're just, of course, right? You're here because you were selected to be here, and you were selected because you deserve. And so I don't know. Um,
Um,
I don't think
there's a comment
I don't
here.
think a person should be evaluated so much on the institution from which they were educated. It doesn't
Mhm.
change the information that they learned. You know, physics is physics, whether you go to Stanford or Harvard or, you know, Podunk Community College.
Um, remember how we were talking about naming people after people? Like you asked me would I name my child after the Pope? No, I wouldn't. But James here says my middle name and my grandfather's name is Vernon. I begged my sister to name her son that. It didn't happen. LOL. We eating some barbecue kangaroo, Pookie? No, we're not. Uh, but
There
you
was
know,
there was
90% of birds are monogamous. There's a 10%
I
that
know.
are not.
I've heard it thrown out and said that, such and such a bird, they mate for life. And, it's like how special this species is. And they mate for life. But it
Nice.
sounds like that's not such a big deal, is it? You know, any nature show showing some bird that's all, and it's all so heart touching, the birds, they mate for life. Yeah, there's no big, they all do that.
So,
No, whatever. Call me when you get the slut birds. Those are the ones that are the oddballs. That's interesting. Or
um,
would it be bird sluts?
Probably
How
bird
would you
sluts.
conjugate? Yeah, that sounds a little, yeah,
uh, I remember
yeah.
hearing something like that with the ending of sluts at the end in Morty, Rick and Morty. Forgot what it is, but yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. But oh, I was thinking like if birds stick together when they mate or whatever the case, then a flock of birds could have two parents, and it could be a lot of eggs that hatched and flied in that flock. But I never looked that up if that happens or whatever. But I got something
Does
here
that
that
mean
says
there's a lot of bird incest?
it's very much possible, I guess.
In that scenario, there would be, but I don't think that that really happens, except if it is like intentionally done. You know, you take two eggs, hold them aside, and put them, and then let them reproduce into a whole flock. And like in nature, I think that there's like crossover between groups enough that the like, you know, um, yeah, I
Um,
don't.
Listen to this. Approximately 90% of all bird species are socially monogamous, forming pairs to raise young. While this refers to sharing parenting duties, such as feeding and incubation, for at least one breeding season, many birds are not strictly faithful and may engage in extra pair copulation or change partners in subsequent seasons. Oh, so some of them are cheaters, basically. Yeah, but that is one of the last fun facts. And to
I
everybody out there
wonder how they
watching,
know that they're cheaters. They have bird private eyes go and following on behalf of the bird wives to find out
I know,
if they're
I don't know where the research is.
uh, that would be weird. How would you track that? That would be a pain in
Andrea,
the ass.
you ever been to Disneyland?
Nope.
Oh, I got something that
Land
says
or world?
70% of Americans have been to Disneyland.
Land or world?
Land.
Land. Okay. I've never
I
been to
haven't ever been to
Disneyland.
either one.
Oh, it says land or world.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Based on various reports and market studies over the years, approximately 70% of Americans have visited a Disney park, such as Disneyland in California or Walt Disney World in Florida. Hmm. So you're part of the 30% that has not visited yet.
I
Um,
have no desire to.
You're not missing out on too much, honestly. It's overcrowded and you wait like
Overpriced?
yeah, you wait like 45 minutes in line to ride a little boat thing in a circle surrounded by animatronic.
he's making it sound so bad. Yeah, you're not missing out. But if you want to join the team, just got to visit one of those Disney states or come to California. All right, what Mark said in Florida. Actually, they have Disney's in other states and countries. I mean, in other countries. Uh,
Well, I'm assuming that if they're talking Americans, they're probably not many Americans who have never been to a Disney World except Disney Paris or whatever.
yeah,
Or, they probably go to Disney World or Disneyland first, I think.
I
I
would
don't
think
know.
so.
Um, at least if they're being frugal. There's Florida state discounts here. It's actually not so expensive to go if you live here. You just got to get a fake Florida ID. Doesn't need to be perfect, just got to pass Disney.
check this
Nothing
out.
law enforcement or anything. I don't think
It says,
it might need the difficult part would be the holograms.
um, check this out, Mark. It says 58% of men say they're happier after a divorce or separation, while 85% of women say they're happier. Oh, wow. Yeah. Uh, yeah. and women are happier to leave us, basically. I hope you guys are paying attention to that out there because, yeah, they're leaving at an alarming rate and they're happy about it.
No comment.
Well, I mean, I'd like for the other person to be happy. I want you to be happy. Uh, then those other guys were like, no, the grass isn't greener on the other side.
They're just upset because they don't have someone to cook and clean for them anymore. And we're just happy we don't have to pick up after you guys anymore.
mm, 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 yeah. 36% of Americans say God has spoken to them, while 43% of Americans who regularly attend religious services. So not even 50%, so not even 50-50. I'm part of that bigger percentage that doesn't regularly go to church. Another one here says 28% of Africa is wilderness. 38% of North America is wilderness.
So there's more wilderness in North America than there is in Africa.
Africa's bigger. It's based on that bigger part.
Mm.
America, yeah. It's wait. They didn't say North or South. They just said America. Oh no, it does say North America. Okay. See that we got Canada with us and Mexico. So, but we're still. Yeah, I don't see where I'm going with this. I lost it. The state with the highest percentage of people who walk to work is Alaska.
Well, yeah, I mean, they basically live and work in wilderness, right? You walk from
Um,
your cabin out to your seaplane and fly out wherever, or to your fishing boat, or you live on your fishing boat, right? Or I mean, I don't know. Alaska's like a whole different world.
Planet.
Yeah, pretty much everything is all, I don't know. I certainly could never live there. I'm way too domesticated. Um, yeah.
Um,
And I'm a
and,
real pansy when it comes to cold weather. I would bitch and complain.
um,
People would get so sick of me that they'd kick me out into the winter and they wouldn't care if I froze to death. But I'd bitch the entire time.
oh man. Um, Andrea, what do you think about this comment? It says men can read smaller print than women, but women can hear better.
I think that's kind of an individual thing, honestly.
Mm.
I
Says
don't know.
research indicates that women generally have more sensitive hearing than men across various frequencies and environments, while men often exhibit better visual performances for smaller print and spatial tasks. These differences are linked to biological factors, including hormonal development and structural ear anatomy.
I know there's been a whole lot of men that just pretended they couldn't hear a word I said.
Oh
Did you
man.
know that women often excel in welding, particularly TIG and precision welding, due to natural advantages in hand stability and focus, with studying showing they have 1.3 to 1.6 times less hand tremor than men. This inherent steadiness allows for cleaner, high quality welds, making them valuable in fabrication despite being a minority in the industry.
I always wanted my dad to teach me how to weld. Never happened.
Yeah, it'd
That
be
sucks.
cool. I'd want to learn how to weld. I don't have any
Me too.
reason to or any need to, but
My
I
uncle
wanted to
could
make
weld though.
sculptures.
I could find a reason to weld if I knew how,
Yeah.
right? I'll just start welding
Right.
stuff. Who cares if it's needed? We'll just stick stuff to other stuff for the sake of it. Mm.
Okay.
Oh,
I got something here that says the claim that 2 in 1 or 50% of Americans live within 50 miles from where they grow up. Wow. Found that nearly 6 in 10 adults live within 10 miles of their childhood home, and 8 in 10 live within 100 miles. I live further than 100 miles. How close are you to the town you grew up?
I live in it.
Oh,
I
well.
mean, I literally am a half a mile from my parents' house.
Oh, wow. Mark, you grew up in that house?
no, we moved like 4 times. I don't know how to answer that question. I mean,
I live within like a mile of both of my childhood houses.
I moved when we moved here when I was 16. We moved into the house here in this area on my 17th birthday. Um, but it doesn't feel like I grew up in that other house. It feels sort of like I mean, I kind of came of age, developed my self-identity and stuff when I was here in this area, but my childhood itself and most of my actual childhood and growing up was, more than 100 miles away. Yeah, down south, South Florida. Um, so I don't know. Was that an
I've
answer to your
never,
question, or am I
out of
just
all of the places that I've moved, I've never been more than probably 75 miles from here, like lived in these places.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh,
well,
if you could live somewhere else, would you?
yep, definitely. First chance I get. uh, yeah,
Maybe.
it's gonna be
Maybe.
hot here in the summer. I hate the heat. It's like so hot that the whole summer I wore no shirt the summer that I spent down here. Just basketball shorts the whole summer. I went to Amazon and got the 10 pack of basketball
Easy
shorts.
breezy.
Yeah, that was.
Need to wear like those big white flowy robes like the Arabs do. I mean, the white
In the
actually
desert.
reflects the light off and the wind breeze underneath. Apparently, it's nice and pretty comfortable underneath those robes. They do it for a reason. But
Um,
yeah.
I
I
got
gotta
some
take off,
says every
guys.
one more thing. I'll take off after that too. It says every day more money is printed for Monopoly than the U.S. Treasury. The claim is true based on commonly cited estimates. Hasbro points approximately 30 billion in Monopoly money annually, far exceeds the roughly 974 million in news U.S. currency, mostly used to replace old bills printed annually by the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. So, yeah,
Yeah.
we're nothing.
We're going to be
One of
seeing
these days we'll
bills
just
there soon too, right? Didn't we just
Huh?
touch
seeing
on?
what?
We're going to be seeing new bills there now soon too, right? Coming out of the
Oh,
Bureau of
yeah.
Engraving, Printing. Yeah.
Yeah. Your president say something about getting his face on a bill or something?
Probably.
Yeah. So, yeah, to everybody out there watching, thanks for watching. Press that thumbs up, subscribe, and we'll be back on Wednesday. All right.
Yeah.
Mark, say goodbye.
Goodbye, wave. Goodbye. Goodbye.